Okay, so I just want to say thank you to everyone for being here today. It makes me so happy to see you all here in person, and of course our virtual guests as well. This is the first ever Know Your Food, Grow, Eat, Understand food literacy event, and we're so excited to be hosting it today. My name is Colleen Kruniken, and I am a member of the Middlesex London Food Policy Council. I've been a member for the last 4 years, and I just want to remind everyone that today's event will be recorded so we can watch it in the future as well. I'd like to begin our event today with a land acknowledgement. Without the land, we would not be here today celebrating one of the many gifts our land provides to us, food. All of us rely on the land for nourishment, and so it is our responsibility to live in symbiosis with it and nourish the land. I acknowledge that it is my responsibility to steward the land so that it can provide for all future generations. I am committed to learning from the teachings of Indigenous peoples, the original caretakers of this land, to understand how to do this most effectively. As a settler, I will continue learning and unlearning about the realities of colonialism, and I am committed to being a steward of our land in allyship with all peoples. The Middlesex London Food Policy Council is committed to amplifying the voices of all Indigenous peoples in our food system and to learn from them as we continue to make a difference in our community. We recognize with respect the long-standing relationships of Indigenous nations to the land, water, air, and all living beings, and will continue to learn from our neighboring First Nations, Chippewas of the Thames First Nation, Munsee Delaware Nation, and Oneida Nation of the Thames. So before we get started with presentations today, I just want to inform you all with some information. So members of the organizing committee of today's event are wearing Ask Me lanyards. So please find any of us if you have a question at all today. Yeah, most of us are sitting here at the front table. There are washrooms located if you exit these doors down the hall to your left, and they are on the left-hand side. If you require access to an accessible washroom, just find one of us with an Ask Me lanyard and we can direct you to those. We would love for our audience today to post photos, any interesting quotes you hear, or anything that you desire from the event today to social media. You can use the hashtag #KnowYourFood when doing so, so that we can all see your amazing takeaways, and be sure to tag the Middlesex London Food Policy Council. I don't know if most of you might have seen, but there's a chance to win a beautiful gift basket today, donated graciously by the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. So just make your way to the back of the room and you'll see the basket there, and you can enter your name on a ballot. And we'll be doing the draw at the end of the event. Also, all in-person attendees will be receiving a goodie bag when they leave today. The products in these bags were generously donated by Grey Ridge Farms, Dairy Farmers of Ontario, Hensel Co-op, Ontario Federation of Agriculture, Kruniken Orchards, and The Grove. There's also Wi-Fi in the building. It's just the guest WFD Wi-Fi, and there should not be a password required. And lastly, today's event would not be possible without the funding generously provided by the City of London through the London Community Recovery Network grant. So I just wanted to tell everyone a bit about our agenda today. So we're going to get started with some introduction presentations from the Middlesex London Food Policy Council so you can learn more about what we do. And then we will hear about the Grove so we can learn more about what's going on in this amazing building. We'll then have some opening remarks from Ray John, who will be joining us virtually. We'll then move into our first panel, our Grow panel. So we're going to learn how local food is grown and processed in Middlesex, London. And then we will hear from growing chefs who will be providing us with lunch today. After lunch, we'll have a presentation from Urban Roots London to learn about urban farming in the city. We'll move to our second panel, our Understand panel, where we will be exploring the food system, learning about the past, present, and future of it. And following that, we'll have some closing remarks and goodbyes. So now it's with great honor that I introduce you to Ellen Lakuziak. Ellen is the coordinator for the Middlesex London Food Policy Council and will be co-hosting with me today.
Colleen's a little taller than I am. Hi, everyone. My name is Ellen, as Colleen said, and I've been the coordinator with the Middlesex London Food Policy Council for 5 years now. since the inception of it in 2016. And my real job is a dietitian at the Middlesex London Health Unit. So with funding from the Middlesex London Health Unit, there is a dietitian that is allotted to be coordinator for the Middlesex London Food Policy Council. So I'm really honored to be in that position and have had a lot of fun being in that position for these years. But it's also been a real honor to work with all our volunteers, because we have a great number of volunteers that have been working with me on this council for the last few years, and nothing would be accomplished without all of their efforts and their generous time commitment that they've put into this work. So I'm going to just tell you a little bit about the Food Policy Council. This is, there are some pictures here of some of the things that we've been involved in. Our partnership with the Grove, there's a greenhouse there, and some of our meetings and some webinars that we've attended. And we just wanted to just give you a little bit of an idea of what a Food Policy Council is. So it's a bunch of members representing production, distribution, consumption, waste, and more. So we have representatives from all sections of the food system, from farm to fork. So all the way along the circular economy kind of food system. This includes farmers and food workers, consumers, grocers, educators, nonprofit organizations, concerned citizens, government officials, and others. And so our job is to identify the challenges in the local food systems. For example, economic viability, environmental sustainability, and social justice. Those are just some examples. But our job is to look at what those challenges are and to see what we can do as a community to advance and forward and to come up with some ideas how to deal with those challenges. So we considered a forum for discussing local food issues, empowering citizens to be involved in food system decisions, to foster coordination between sectors in the food system, to create, evaluate, and influence policy, to support programs and services that address local needs. So we're almost at the end of an update to our Middlesex London Community Food Assessment. The original one was done in 2015, 2016. And that was when the Food Policy Council became a council, because the main recommendation out of that assessment was that the London Middlesex community was ready for a Food Policy Council. So since then, a lot has changed in our food system. So we were generously funded by the City of London to update that Middlesex London Community Food Assessment. So we've been in the process of that for the last year, and that will be done by the end of December. We've hired some consultants to do some of the work, and we've also, as a Food Policy Council, done some of the work. So this summer we had some focus groups in Middlesex County and in the city. We've also got the consultants working on an environmental scan, and they did some stakeholder interviews. So that report will be completed by the end of this year, and the priorities for action will be available to the community in 2023. And we look forward to the community to helping us as a council and all of us together to put some of those actions into place. I think this is the final slide for me, but we also do this. We every fall, we try to honor our food system champions. So if you know of someone who has done some amazing work in our food system from whatever perspective that is, if it's yourself, you can nominate yourself. But if you know someone that you can nominate, that would be great too. These nominations will be available. The forms are available on our website. So look for that form. And I think we'll be asking for nominations for the next couple of weeks. And then we'll be providing those winners with a certificate, and we'll be profiling them on our website. So look for that too. Last year, we had these food champions. So one of them was Nadine Castonguay. She has the garden at Western Fair, or not Western, Western University. We had the Nourish team at Food Services from St. Joe's. And then we also had Jocelyn Zerbrig, who's a dietitian who works at this Southern Ontario Aboriginal Health Access Center. So all of these individuals and these groups do some amazing work, and someone nominated them, and we were happy to provide them with a Food Champion Award. And I think that's it for my section. So we're going to now have a little presentation by The Grove. Erin Martin I'm happy to introduce Aaron Martin, and he's going to come forward and talk a little bit about this amazing place called The Grove.
Do I hit the next button here on the, nope. Okay, perfect. So I'm Aaron Martin. I am the Grove's Agri-Food Supervisor for Development and Operations. So I work for the Western Fair District. For those of you that don't know what the Western Fair District is, it's where we're currently at. It's an agricultural society that was founded in 1867. And agriculture is one of our passions here and something that we're getting more and more back into. Racing was a big focus, but we're shifting back now. So if we go to the next slide here. Yeah, no worries. So the Grove is a project that started around 2.5 years ago, technically farther back from that, but the actual construction portion of this building. So this building used to be the Canada in Progress building. These buildings were actually slotted to be torn down about 7 years ago. And that's when we started investigating in new ways to repurpose them and to hopefully help agriculture as well. So that's what we're kind of looking to do here. So we have two portions on here. This is kind of what we have on our website, the Western Fair District's an agribusiness hub where participants share resources, space, and connections to create the right conditions for innovation, education, and growth. So what we are trying to do here is we're trying to facilitate that innovation that comes forward. A lot of companies have great ideas. They just don't have that first bit to get to the next stage. So we have two portions in here. We have the accelerator and the incubator. The accelerator is for companies that already have that track record, but they're looking for that commercial space to be built, which is actually a very hard thing to get in today's environment. Commercial space is far and few between when it comes to food processing. And on top of that, government regulations are quite strict, which makes it even harder to get into. So that's what we're hoping to create here. And also the business community. We've already seen that between some of the businesses already operating here, where they help each other through regulations that they've already had to go through themselves, which has been great to see. The incubator section is for commercial kitchens, which we're hoping to have the permit closed very soon. Anyone that knows me has heard me say that for the last 4 months. But we're very close to getting that up and going. So that'll be a set of 4 commercial kitchens. Think of like Airbnb of commercial kitchens. But the idea is to get the people that are producing at home or they have that great idea. They come up and they start to go through the process of bringing that up themselves. They might not have a legal kitchen space to do that in, or they might start getting to the regulatory side or the financial side and go, whoa, this is too much. And we lose that entrepreneur. We lose that other bit. So we're really trying to facilitate that there with some of our business partners, which is Small Business Center, London Economic Development Corporation, and London Training Center. Because if we lose those entrepreneurs, we lose possible new jobs, we lose possible new people in that industry, which helps to stabilize agriculture because it allows for more options for farmers to diversify their crops and for a vendor for that to go out to as well. So just on the next slide. So the Grove is a collection of assets, both physical and intangible, designed primarily for the use of serving agribusiness, including agri-food, agri-tech. So not only do we have that facilitation of food processors here, but we also have seed capital, which has been provided by the federal government. And we have been funding quite a few different tech companies that are focused around agriculture, probably one of the most exciting ones. And if you have some time and I'm around, we can walk back there and we can see Haggerty Ag Robotics, which is making automation for field crops, mostly for cultivation and weeding. But it's really exciting because that's the next step of agriculture is automation. So we're really excited to be that because that kind of goes back to being a fair as well. One of the main key things of being a fair was showing new genetics and new technologies to improve farmers' lives. And the more people we have, or the more easy it gets for farmers, the more easy it gets for everyone else. Ultimately, it reduces food costs. And on top of that, we can free up labor to go into more innovation. So really, that's what we're trying to spur on here. And obviously, we have a community aspect with great organizations like the Middlesex London Food Policy Council, which really admire their work, and growing chefs as well. They're incredibly beneficial for food literacy when it comes down to it, because it's great if you can find out where your food comes from, but if you don't know the next step as well, that's a huge issue. So really appreciate what they're doing. And if you have time, I'd love to walk you through the facility at a later point, but I'll pass it off now as well. Thank you for going through all that with me.
Thanks, Aaron. That was a great introduction to the Grove. And take Aaron up on one of his tours because there's lots of really innovative and really interesting things to see. And you're benefiting from some of the things that are here today. So the fritters are made here at the Grove that we have at the back for you to enjoy today. And the lunch is going to be provided by Growing Chefs. So we're taking advantage of the facilities here. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker. I have the honor now to introduce Ray John, who will be giving our opening remarks today. Ray John lives on the Oneida Nation territory, southwest of London, Ontario. He's a loving husband and a proud father of 2 awesome teenage boys. He has been in education for nearly 25 years. Ray John is currently the London District Catholic School Board Indigenous Cultural Advisor. And Ray John will be speaking with us virtually today. Also, if you want to learn more about Ray John and our other speakers, all their bios are on the door there as you come in the room. So there will be more information there. So welcome, Ray John.
Thank you so much, and good morning to everybody. Sitting here listening to everybody's presentation and the cohesive team action that everybody's doing of providing food is such a wonderful thing. And my dear friends, the Growing Chefs program being there as well. And I just want to take a moment here to ground everybody in the sense about what food means to the Indigenous people. What it is a spiritual energy. We give thanks to everything that is there. The things that we're growing were things that we have to hunt. And one of the more important things that we have to understand and teach about is that spiritual energy. How are we touching this food and how are we operating with it? When you sit down today for your morning breakfast or for your lunch, really look at it of how it got there and be thankful. One of the words I really want to express today is be thankful that we can do this and that we are able to consume, but also able to touch. And our hands are the huge conductor of that type of energy. I've helped in a lot of recent years, the Growing Chefs, to understand that part, that your energy is the most important part when you're touching food. It also goes back to that part of planting. When you're planting, be in a good frame of mind. When you're hunting, be in a good frame of mind. And that brings it all together. Because when we sit down together and we're sharing this food, we share in that hard work and that dedication to that. And one of the things that our Indigenous people always did is that part when they get the chance to eat, they take every morsel into their mouth and they taste every little bit that is in there. And when you were enjoying your lunch today, think of these words and be very thankful to all of the people that brought this all together. And when we look at food, it is a source of energy, but it's also the spirit that we talk about in there. Think about how hard the people work. And we don't say that to them. Thank you. We don't say them to them that brought that food in. Thank you. And so take a moment to look around and say that to the people. Thank you for doing that today. So that is the message I want to provide to you. I want to say Yawan go and thank you to people who brought me in to share this message with you. Thank you so much. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ray, for Thank you, Ray, for joining us today virtually and for sharing your knowledge with us. I think it really helped for all of us to kind of set a framework for our thoughts today as we learn all about agriculture and food and some words that we can really think of when we eat our amazing lunch today. I do have a card here for you, Ray, so we'll make sure that that gets to you just to show our thanks. So we will now move into our first panel of the day. It is called Grow, How Local Food is Grown and Processed. So today's panel will be a series of presentations followed by a Q&A after all of the presentations. And we ask that you hold any questions that you have until this time. So we will be hearing from 2 farmers about how food is grown in Middlesex County, and then from 2 individuals that work at food processing facilities to understand how food is processed. I'm excited to introduce you to our moderator today, Lela Bloomer. Born and raised in London, Lela was drawn to the prairies after university, and Edmonton became home for her family for 26 years before she returned to London in 2015. In her professional and volunteer lives, she has been an advocate, facilitator, researcher, writer, and lifelong learner. Lela is happiest when she is outside, preferably with her hands in the dirt, and everything she knows about sustainable backyard farming comes from her parents who brought that knowledge with them to Canada. Lela believes that access to nutritious food and clean water is the primary issue facing humanity, and that we need to find common ground, so to speak, and meet that challenge. Welcome, Lela.
Thanks so much, Colleen. And I am so thrilled to be here actually and see people in real life, as well as all of those who are joining us today. So thanks for being here. And I do want to say thank you to Ray John, if you're still with us on this call, for the grounding, because it's so important. So important for us to understand, take a minute and really understand why we're here, and how much we interact with things that bring us life every day. And one of the things you said struck me particularly, because it is a piece of advice that I've learned from my parents, who are lifelong farmers. And that is that when you're planting, plant in a good frame of mind, be grateful, be happy when you put those little seeds in the ground, or when you're cultivating something, because it does make all the difference to that. So thank you. And I'm really looking forward to learning. I've already learned a few things this morning, so I'm looking forward to learning a lot more as we go on today. So just to set the stage a little bit before we get to our first panelist, we have a couple of slides. Me? Okay, awesome. I get to use the clicker. Oh, perfect. Look how well that worked. We just want to set the scene a little bit with what's happening in Middlesex County right now in terms of growing and processing. So I'm just going to read these right from the slide, but just to give you an idea of what it looks like right now. So more than 3,100 farm operators who are operating 2,355 farms in Middlesex County. So just get a picture of what that looks like. And altogether, they're working a little under 512,000 total acres of cropland. 5.6% of the cropland in Ontario is in Middlesex County, which is a slight increase since 2016. All other counties have seen a slight decrease, or the average at least has seen a slight decrease, but there's a slight increase in Middlesex County. 3.3% of Ontario's woodlands and wetlands are in Middlesex County as well, which is an important thing to keep in mind. Why? Why is Middlesex County so good at growing food and raising livestock? We have prime soil and culture conditions here. We have access to highly populated areas. We're very close to the most densely populated area in Ontario. We have a skilled workforce and access to technology and things like Erin was explaining this morning with the Grove. And then, so just in terms of what's grown here, the largest crops by acre right now are still corn and soybeans, but there are a lot of other crops that are starting to increase in popularity. And we also grow 6.2% of all the vegetables that are grown in Ontario last year were grown in Middlesex County. Livestock is also a large part of the food production here. So turkey, poultry, pigs, and cattle. So Middlesex County was responsible for almost 33% of the total turkey inventory in Ontario in 2021, which is something I didn't know until I looked this up. In terms of hens and chickens or poultry, 4.3 million hens and chickens in the county last year. And they produced more than 33.3 million dozen eggs for consumption. So that's a whole lot of eggs. One of the fastest growing areas is honeybee colonies. So growing significantly, we now have more than 2,600 across the county. And what does the business part of that look like? So agribusiness represents more than a quarter of all enterprises in Middlesex County. So that's pretty huge. There's a total of $552 million worth of goods per year produced in Middlesex County, and 125 farms that reported selling goods directly to consumers. So that could be at a farmer's market, through a stand, a roadside stand or kiosk, through UPIC operations, or through farm gate sales. Okay, so just to get an idea of what we're looking at. And we also have four farms in Middlesex County that reported using community supported agricultural programs, which is basically a shared relationship between the consumers and the food growers or producers. So you order directly from a grower or producer, and you share with them in how that food is grown, produced, and delivered to you. So you have a direct stake in that operation. So do I leave it there? Is that a good slide? Keep going. Perfect. Okay. All right. So I'm very pleased right now to introduce the first of our panelists. There will be 4 panelists speaking this morning. So Philip Kreniken from Kreniken Orchards. Philip is a 4th generation apple farmer and retail business owner at Kreniken Orchards. He runs a Kreniken Orchards, which is a local retail store near Elginfield, north of London. I'm sure many of you are familiar with it. And he runs that operation with his 2 brothers, lots of help from his sisters and his mom and extended family. He's always been passionate about agriculture, and he pursued a diploma in agriculture production management at Ridgetown College. Philip is motivated by providing his community with healthy, local, and safe food. So welcome, Philip.
Thank you very much for inviting me here today. I'm happy to tell you a little bit about our story at our farm. And again, it's just north of London here. And so, yeah. We'll go to the next one. So the story starts in 1910 with my grandfather planting the first 5 acres of trees. So the top left photo shows my father and his brother and neighbor. So this is probably in the 1930s or 40s, and the apples were sold out of the house or the barn. And the sign there says honk or blow your horn. So you'd have to come in and blow your horn to get some service if you wanted to buy some apples. And the bottom left picture there is my grandfather spraying in 1940, it says. So a team of horses pulling a wooden sprayer tank with a 1 horsepower gas engine on it to create water pressure, so he could spray for the spray material 40 feet up in the air to get to the top of the apple trees. The bottom right is my father and brothers gathering the apples into sacks for storage into the house or the barn. The middle picture in the bottom is, of course, the transition to tractors, machinery in the 40s and 50s, of course. And the store that we are currently located at was built in 1950. And of course, they did everything back then. So there was gas to sell, cars to fix, apples to sell. There was cows in the barn, horses, pigs. They did everything, right? And field crops. So it was quite an enterprise then. So yes, this is a picture of me and my brothers and sister and mom. And yeah, we're all busy, involved with the farm. So a typical year begins late winter. We start pruning the apple trees. The winter pruning is structural pruning. We're trying to get a good structure on the tree for the coming season. The first sprays go on when you first see your first green tissue. That's for usually a fungicide for scab. You got to keep the scab off the trees. In the spring, we start planting trees. We plant trees at a low density rate. My grandfather planted trees at 20 trees to an acre. We're planting trees at 400 trees to an acre. And today, if you drive by any farm, any apple orchard today, they're planting trees up to 2,000 trees to an acre. So the industry is certainly changing a lot since my grandfather first started planting trees. Um, blossom time, we bring in bees to the orchard, and they're a very important pollinator for us in the orchard. A bee has to visit each individual flower up to 40 or 50 times for it to be fully pollinated. So they're very important in our industry for pollinator. Now, for us to have a full crop of apples, we only need 10 to 15% of those blossoms to survive to make a crop of apples. So it's this great big white bloom, and then you only need a very small amount left to make a crop. I should comment back in 2012, we had an early blossom that was end of April, 1st of March. And then the cold came, minus 10, 11 degrees, and we lost our entire crop. It was a once in a lifetime thing that happened. The summertime, we're busy spraying through the summer for bugs and disease, and we always have pruning to do. We do hand thinning of the apples to get the crop load right for to make sure the crop is manageable in the fall for us. All of our spraying is done by scouting. Like we're looking for bugs and disease to control. So there's always someone out there looking for problems, and when you see it, you try and control it. And all apples are hand picked into the bins you see there. There are 850 pounds of apples in each bin. They're all hand picked. We're very fortunate to have a local workforce here in London that comes out and does it for us. And it's worked out very well for us over the years. So today, 90% of our apples are sold through our own retail outlet, and we pack and our own apples. So every apple is individually sized, graded based on blemishes, bruises, size, color. We put them into 5, 10 pound, half bushels, 20 pound bags. So yeah, this is where we spend a lot of our days, just standing and sorting apples. This is a picture of our cooler, the graded apples in the bins below, and those are full bins of apples waiting to be graded. The cooler is set at 34, 35 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a good medium temperature for most varieties. Some like it colder, some like it a little bit warmer, but we find that works for us. We now have storage for most of our crop now, but we do still rent storage in Arkona. It's called controlled atmosphere storage, where they put apples into a room that has low oxygen, higher CO2, and that just slows the maturity of the fruit. And so when we bring them home in March and April, they're good and firm, and we can get through an entire year now selling apples. So that has changed in the last 5 years, where instead of closing during the summer, we are now open year round selling apples. So it's been a real boon to us for that. Yeah, so again, we sell most of our apples through our own store here. We do grow the squash and pumpkins, and we bring in local produced products such as ciders and jams and cheese. And yeah, it's been a busy place, and it's grown a lot. The pandemic, we thought, was going to be difficult for us. It actually turned out to be our busiest 2 years ever. There was nowhere to go, so people came and found us. It was very strange. We had no idea what was coming, so. Yeah, so we grow upwards of 20 different varieties of apples. Our most popular apple varieties now are, of course, the Honeycrisp are almost probably 20% of our sales now, but Matsu's, Macintosh, Empires, still very popular. And yeah, to have 20 different varieties on the shelf at one time can be a little difficult. That's why we're always grading apples. There's a lot to be done every day. Yeah, just a list of old russets. Some people still love those. It's 100 or two. That's a 200 or 300-year-old variety, and it's still popular today. So thank you very much. This was a great honor to come and speak to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much. So like a true family run and local operation, right? That I learned a lot from that. And thank you for including the russet in that, because that's my favorite still. No, what's your favorite? Okay. Yeah. No, the russet honestly is my go-to. So, and actually interesting that you now are able to produce or at least sell that year round, because I remember past years in the past where my mother would be like, I'm aching for a russet apple. I just need to get a bag of russet apples, and we couldn't find them anywhere. So this is good news. All right, moving on to our second presenter, Janan Dean. Janan is a co-owner and the head of marketing for Proofline Farm. It's a small family farm 5 minutes north of London, not far from Crennican Orchards, focused on dairy and beef cattle and egg-laying hens. For the past 2 years, Janan and her husband have been trying to build an on-farm creamery and farm store to make farm-to-table dairy products and other and offer agricultural education opportunities at the farm. They currently offer online ordering of their beef, eggs, and other local products. And their passion for making high quality local food more accessible and improving the sustainability of their farm operations is what motivates them to keep the project moving forward in spite of constant challenges, which I'm sure Janan will fill us in on. Prior to the pandemic, Janan earned a PhD in social work, and she had a career in the nonprofit sector and provincial politics. So welcome, Janan.
Good morning. Thank you very much for that introduction. I've lost my voice a little bit, so I've got my tea here and hopefully I'll make it through this presentation, but I'm excited to share what we're doing up at the farm. And as Lela alluded to, it's been a long road trying to get the creamery and the farm store through the permitting process during the pandemic, but we have made some steps in the last few weeks, so we're optimistic that maybe next year we'll be able to open. So I'll just give you a little bit more about Proofline Farm. So we are a small family farm just 5 minutes north of London. We're actually very close to Crennican Orchards, right on Richmond Street. You can also find us on our website, which is prooflinefarm.ca, or on Facebook and Instagram at Proofline Farm. Our farm has been in my husband's family since the 1850s. It is located on the historical territory of the Anishinaabe, Attawandaron Neutral, and Mississauga nations. So it was part of the London Township Purchase under Treaty 6 that was signed by the Crown and local Indigenous representatives in 1796. So about 50 years before my husband's family arrived. They acquired the land through the mass white settler colonization of the area. We are by no means experts of the pre-colonial history of our farm, but that is something we are trying to educate ourselves about as we go forward. So I am part of the next generation of the farm. This is me with my husband, Steve, in the middle, and his brother, Mike. And we are the three on the leadership team for the next generation. Historically, there's been different types of farming that have happened at Proofline Farm, which has also been known as Comrie Farms in the past. But since 1920s, it's been mostly dairying and cash crops. So the three of us are guiding the vision for the next stage of the farm to include the on-farm creamery and the farm store, hopefully next summer. In the farm store and the creamery, we'll be making local gelato, butter, yogurt, and milk. In terms of roles, so Steve and Mike grew up dairying with their other brother, Brad, who works off the farm. And Mike is stepping up as our lead farmer. He's very passionate about working with the animals, and he also works with local youth groups and offers tours to our local Girl Guides, Scouts, and 4-H groups. Steve also works on the farm in the farm labor side of things, but he also runs the business operations and is in charge of leading the creamery expansion. And then, as Lella mentioned, my role has been mostly within marketing and also using my social work background to build more connections between rural agriculture and what actually is happening in the broader food system, including urban folks and other rural folks who aren't involved in agriculture. When Steve and I met, we were actually living in London and we had no plans to be involved in the farm at all. But before COVID happened, we went on a year of traveling, and by chance, he ended up working at an urban micro dairy in Melbourne, Australia, which really opened our eyes to how small family farms in Australia have taken the dairying industry in a totally different direction, mostly based on the struggles that they faced, but they've adapted and thrived and been able to offer new products and smaller batch dairy to the Melbourne community in a way that really inspired us. So once the pandemic happened and we returned, we decided to get involved, and we've taken a lot of what we've learned from our experience in Australia and applied it to what we've seen the needs are in our own community. So we are primarily a dairy farm. We have 50 Holstein dairy cows and a few Angus cross beef cows. The beef cows were usually just for family consumption in the past, but we are now offering those to the public through our farm stand that we had in the summer and also online. That's something that we've just started while we are still working through the regulations for offering the dairy. Here are cows in the new barn that was built as an extension to the old barn in 2018. We have a robotic milker. So this is part of the agritech evolution that you've heard about a few times today. The cows can go into the robotic milker and milk themselves whenever they want. That reduces the need for the labor to actually go and manually milk the cows, which frees up Steve and Mike's time to do other things. And not only that, but the robotic milker gives us a lot of information about individual cow health, as well as herd health overall. So we have so much more data available now just about our farm operations and about our cows. So that has been a really great addition to our operations. We have 50 ISA red hens, and these are all layers. So they lay brown eggs. They live in the mobile hen house that Steve and Mike built, and we just move it around the property using the tractor. They have to be kept separate from the cows for biosecurity reasons. So we rotate the cows and the chickens on the pasture, but actually it's a very complementary relationship because the hens peck through the cow manure and they like to eat things like bugs and grubs and worms, and that actually prevents the cows from getting bitten as much from them. So it actually works really well. And so there are the eggs. That's what everybody wants to know about usually. That's a hot item at the farms. So we collect our eggs daily. In the summer, we were getting about 1 egg per chicken per day, so about 50 eggs a day. And now that the days are getting shorter and a bit colder, the hens are inside. their production goes down. So we are getting about 1 egg every 1 to 2 days per chicken. In terms of crops, we grow sweet corn that was available at the farm stand. We also grow about 85% of what the cows eat. So we grow field corn and grasses that become the hay that they will eat. And we rotate other crops on our land. So things like wheat and soybeans, as well as on other land that we rent and work within the community. Okay, so it's taken us a lot longer to build the creamery and the farm store than we originally thought. And we were getting antsy. We decided that this summer we were just going to start with what we had. So we built, we kind of put together this, what we called the Honesty Wagon. So it has a built-in fridge where people were able to come, and it was a drop-in system. They could buy eggs that were picked the day before and pay by either cash, e-transfer, or a QR code. And then we had the full stand with the tent up on Saturdays, where we were selling also our beef and other local food like produce and honey, because we do have about 20 hives on the property that are maintained by another couple that we know. So we sell their honey and other things that were locally made. And then we also were running farm tours. So the Honesty Wagon closed last weekend as we head into the winter, and we've moved fully online now. So our online farm store is prooflinefarm.ca, where we have all our products up there. And instead of having them sitting out, we just have our customers place the order online and then come out to the farm during the pickup window. In terms of what the cows eat, they have pasture access spring, summer, and fall. So there's unlimited grass there. They also eat the hay and the corn that I mentioned that we grow. The dairy cows eat that. The Angus crosses are primarily grass fed, but then we do grain finish them because we found that that provides for some better marbling. And then in terms of the sustainability plan that we have sort of 3 main areas that we are focusing on as we, look towards this new evolution of the farm. The first being in soil health. So we have already started introducing practices that prevent topsoil erosion and reduce our carbon release as we move away from heavy tilling of our soil. We're also looking into biodigester technology. This is more expensive, so it's a bit more of a medium or long-term plan for us. But it would capture methane emissions from the farm, which we could then convert into power to actually run the farm off of that power, moving our farm totally off the grid. So that is sort of a long-term plan. And then the final area, which I'm really excited about as we look to build the creamery, is around reducing food waste in terms of all of our milk and the product mix that we're planning. So I mentioned we have gelato, yogurt, butter, and milk. Now, one of the issues with food waste in our dairy industry is with whey. In making some of our favorite dairy products, things like cheese or yogurt, or even cream-based dairy products, you end up with a lot of whey. You can see, I like this graphic because it shows to make 10 pounds of cheese, you do end up with 90 pounds of whey left over. And typically whey has been seen as a byproduct that has gone into animal feed or sadly has been disposed of, but it's actually a very high protein, neutral flavored liquid that can be used in other ways in other products. So we are looking in trying to fully close the loop on our product mix so that nothing is wasted or goes down the drain and even is diverted from going into animal feed, because there are lots of products we can make with it for the community. That's just not an industry standard right now. So we want to address that. So that's the end of the presentation. Thanks for listening, and I'm happy to chat later if anyone has questions about the farm.
That's awesome. Thank you. Thanks, Janan. Really informative look at the farm operations. especially the sort of the going forward stuff, really interesting. So thanks very much. And I'm sure there'll be questions. So just a reminder that there will be a Q&A after all of the four presenters have presented. So we'll have a quick Q&A. So if you've got questions, just jot them down or keep them in mind, and we'll be coming to you after the next two speakers. So I am really pleased to present or to introduce Leanne Cooley. Leanne Cooley has worked with Canadian poultry and egg farmers for almost 20 years with expertise in nutrition, poultry husbandry, behavior and welfare, farm design, and management. She's presently with LH Gray and Son Limited, so Grey Ridge Eggs in Ontario. And she works as a poultry scientist, a certified PAACO poultry auditor, which I hope you'll explain to us, Leanne. Thank you. And industry liaison with diverse responsibilities within the company's farming and business operations. Leanne is actively involved in the Gray family farm operations, as well as provides knowledge transfer, technical and operational assistance to the many Canadian egg and pullet farmers in the LH Gray and Son Limited supply chain. So welcome, Leanne.
Good morning. I can't start off without saying how excited I am to be here today to talk to all of you all. And I hope everybody had eggs for breakfast. So good morning. I am very pleased to be here, invited by a dear friend and farmer with the Grey Ridge Company, Diane McComb, talked to me about this event. So to really understand egg farming and egg grading, you can't talk about it without talking about supply management. And that's a very unique Canadian system whereby the egg and pullet farmers in Canada, they essentially have a production license or a quota, which means that Canadian farmers are producing to what the Canadian market demands. So we don't oversupply in boom and bust type cycles of agricultural production here in Canada in the egg industry. We're producing to what our domestic consumption is, which is a really unique and very valuable system for the farmers, because what it means is it ensures fair farm pricing. So it doesn't matter if you're a small egg farmer with 100 hens or you're a large egg farmer with 25,000 hens, you're receiving the same price per dozen for your eggs, and you have a guaranteed supply, a guaranteed market stream for the eggs that come from your farm. So that's really important in promoting the stability of small farms, farms of all sizes, but not just the farms themselves. These smaller rural communities are also supported by these farms. And to put it into perspective, so we have approximately 26 million laying hens in Canada. And there's over 1,200 farm families involved in those 26 million laying hens. One US egg company, the largest egg company in the US, has 44 million hens. So across Canada, we have over 1,200 families involved, and we've seen the numbers specifically for Middlesex County, but that's controlled by one farm corporation in the United States. So keeping local farm families, local farm economies is actually a really important model in the Canadian egg industry. And it's important to us because, well, our whole business it started in being local. So just a couple of quick stats as well, because we need to realize what the egg business contributes to Canada's GDP. And it's significant, $1.3 billion. Just the egg industry to Canada's GDP. Almost 500 million of that is here in Ontario alone. So we're a really substantial economic driver for the communities. So agriculture is really, really important. We know we have a lot of urbanization happening, but agriculture is truly part of the economic backbone of Ontario. So that's really important. The average farm size is about 23,000 hens, but within that, we have farms that are 100 hens all the way up to over 100,000 hens. So we have a diverse variety of farm sizes, and that's very complicated also for logistics, for feed companies, for rearing the replacement, the young hens that come to laying hen farms, for the service crews that helped us do our vaccinations and move the birds, to picking up eggs from all those different farms. So the logistics of agriculture is really complicated as well. So I'm really pleased to talk a little bit about Grey Ridge Eggs, because this really is a company that had such a local origin. And Grey Ridge were not even farmers themselves. So when Lyle and Ina Gray started out in 1934, so this is 90 years, 2022 marks 90 years of farm business for Grey Ridge Eggs. Their whole mandate of starting Grey Ridge Eggs was to help the local farmers in Ridgetown, Ontario, get their eggs to the consumers. So they were not even farmers themselves. And actually, where they really got their foothold, the Gray family, in farming was during World War II. And I don't think many people know this, but the Canadian government, through a cooperative procurement arrangement with the British Ministry of Food, used to send eggs overseas to support the Allied troops. So the Canadian government worked with Canadian egg graders to supply eggs to the troops. And this was a huge collaborative effort. These were packaged in 30 dozen wooden crates, inspected by the same standards and inspectors that looked at foods going to the supermarket. They were transported in heated rail cars to Halifax and St. John's, where they then were loaded onto shipping vessels to be sent overseas to Great Britain. And from there, they were distributed to the troops. And what most people don't know, the number one food that the troops wanted to eat was fresh farm eggs. That was the most desired foodstuff. When they read back through memoirs from the war and combat journals and diaries and interviewed troops, that was their most valued food source when they could get fresh eggs. It had such a sense of security, psychological, physical fulfillment, and it gave them a sense of civilian life that they were far away from back home. So that was actually a really big stepping stone for the Gray family in starting the business, was through the export of eggs during World War II. It wasn't actually until 1963 that Lyle Gray actually got his own first egg farm going. And so that was in Ridgetown, Ontario. And then he, shortly after, in 1967, built a second farm, and he had between the two barns about 37,000 hens. That was a big farm in those days. And it's because Lyle and Ina had been able to grow the grading business through the war effort and through the early years. So the actual Grey Ridge brand, that is really a nod to the Gray family's origins in the Ridgetown location and their family name. And so that was how Ina started the brand in 1970. Bill Gray is the only child of Lyle and Ina. That's Bill Gray in the picture there in 1934. So he went to work pretty early, helping to pick up eggs on farm. And he really, he took the leadership of the company seriously, and he really grew the business. In 1972, he purchased an egg farm that he still owns today in Moorfield, Ontario. And in 1972, a secondary egg grading station also in Moorfield, Ontario. And then for biosecurity reasons, to protect, to keep the hens a little bit separate, he purchased a pullet farm. So a pullet is a baby laying hen. So for anybody who doesn't know what a pullet is, until she's 19 weeks old, we don't call her a laying hen. So from the day she hatches till she's 19 weeks old, she's a pullet. Presently today, Bill Gray is a trusted employer to over 350 farm families in his business operations in Ontario. And that's something we're really proud of. And we market thousands of eggs. We're handling ourselves over 4 million eggs a day for different farm families. And we market those to stores, restaurants all across Ontario. We have 3 primary brands that you would recognize if you see them in the store. So one is the Grey Ridge brand. We have our Gold Egg brand and Conestoga Farms. So those are our 3 private label brands. It's very common, though, to see now when you're in grocery stores what we call private label. So President's Choice, Kirkland brand, but those actually still come from Grey Ridge. But the supermarkets are trying to brand their supermarkets. And so they're trying now a lot of times to package products under their own private label store brand. But those are still from Ontario farms and Ontario farm families. Okay. So this is an example of our cartons. we have a very diverse population in Canada, diverse ethnicities. We have different social, moral values. And so we have tried to offer as much consumer choice in our product brands as possible. So we have a variety of egg products under our different brands: organic, free range, cage-free, conventional, enriched housing. So there's quite a variety to choose from when you go to the egg counter. None of them is a wrong choice, okay? The egg is truly one of the most nutritious foods you can eat. And all those eggs are packed with vitamins and nutrients that are really healthy and essential. So a lot of what you're choosing is a personal choice on moral or ethical decision on how you want hens to be raised, what you're willing to pay, because we're all operating under different financial circumstances too. And the reality is that the different housing systems used on farm, they do have different costs. And so I just wanted to show a video just to give you a snapshot into some of the different types of housing systems on farm. And so this is a video we've made at some of our barns. So this is a chick rearing barn. So they come day of age and we rear in the whole barn. So the whole barn environment becomes the mother hen. So it's temperature controlled, it's humidity controlled. If it's too dry, we use sprinklers to put more moisture in the air. We create a temperature curve to simulate how the mother hen would brood them. When they're 19 weeks, they travel after all their vaccinations to several different housing systems. We're seeing a huge transition in hen housing in recent years to adopting our furnished cages, which have nest boxes, perches. You can see there's a lot of space for the birds to move around, exhibit their natural behaviors, wing flapping, sham dust bathing. So, but they still maintain a very excellent level of sanitation for the eggs. So this is becoming the base minimum standard for all egg production in Ontario, is these furnished systems to give the hens a variety of resources. This is some insight into what we call free run production or barn production, where the hens are more in open, more traditional, what a lot of people would view as traditional style hen barns, where they're in loose environments with litter. They have tiered percheries, tiered nesting systems. They can climb, move, exhibit a larger range of activity within the barn environment. What a lot of people don't know is how little eggs are handled on farm. So optimizing consumer safety is a huge thing that we focus on. And once that hen lays that egg, they roll out of the cages onto automated egg collection belts. Automated collection belts take them up to the egg rooms, where packing machines transfer them into flats, which are then taken, and those flats are stacked onto skids that our trucks pick up on farm. And so we have temperature controlled, humidity controlled, air ride equipped trailers. So those eggs are like riding on a pillow from the farm to the grading station. All of our farms are picked up at a minimum of once a week. Most farms are twice a week. And those eggs are that you're buying in the supermarket are very, very fresh within days from the farm to the supermarket here in Ontario. From day one. And, that was 29 years of operating just as an egg marketer for farm families before Lyle ever built his first farm. The vision was to provide Ontario families with fresh, quality eggs. And our business has always been a partnership with local farmers, and they still are today. I don't think it's a widely known fact, but through succession planning, it's been important to Bill Gray that the farmers maintain value in the company and investment in the company. And there's now a cooperative share of Gray Ridge Eggs that's actually owned by the farmers. So they are a part of our company, not just at the farm level, but at the business level as well. And so we really work with quality farmers, and those relationships and what's going on their farms is a key part of my job. My job is to help them be the best farmers they can, to help them have the healthiest hens, the best nutrition, bring the newest information and technology on ventilation and housing to help those farms be as efficient as possible. So I'd like to just quickly highlight one of the families this is a new family that works with us, the Hodgins family.
2016, we began egg farms. We have 2 barns, one free run and one organic.
They're here in Middlesex County.
We think it's important to be local for a few reasons, and one of them is sustainability. Of course, we might get anything to organize, whether it's energy required.
Thanks to the farmers, they market our stores, so that goes to the business, which makes our making money here.
And helps us to be able to focus on the farm, which seems to be an excellent working relationship between the two of us.
And farming is a great family. We get to work together, we get to be with our kids all day.
We're able to produce one of the most efficient proteins, and we know that we're helping families be nourished by our food.
So behind every farm in Ontario is actually a family. And that's really something that we try and highlight through to our retail customers as well. If you've never been inside an egg grading station, we're going to take a quick look because it's a pretty fascinating place. So we handle ourselves, as I mentioned, over 4 million eggs a day at our different grading stations. And while the eggs are really not handled by human hands at the farm, they're also not handled by human hands at the grading station. So we have hydraulic lifting mechanisms that take these eggs and transfer them onto the belt that moves them into the egg washer. Eggs go over a candling machine where a very, very powerful light is shone through them to highlight any crack defects, internal defects like blood spots and meat spots. A little bit harder on brown eggs, but we can do a pretty good job on white eggs. So they're moving through the candling machine here. We always have 1 to 2 people, just a second set of eyes. We don't rely 100% on automation. We still have a big human employee factor. So someone is hand inspecting those as well. These are scales. They can weigh those eggs to 1,000th of a gram. And each of those little units picks up an egg and it diverts it to a chute based on the weight of those eggs. And that's how we can separate them into medium, large, extra large categories. And they travel from there right into those cartons that are packed into the baskets and then move to the grocery stores in temperature controlled, humidity controlled trucks. So that cold chain is maintained all the way through from farm to grading. Those eggs at the farm, they're put into coolers the day they're collected. Every egg is collected every day, put into coolers, and we maintain that cold chain all the way through right to retail to ensure optimum food safety. So where are you going to find our eggs? Really everywhere in Canada at this point, and we're really proud of that. We do have an exclusive partnership with Tim Hortons. So thanks for eating our breakfast sandwiches. Those come from Canadian farm fresh eggs. We sell a lot through Walmart and these other retail SKUs. Food safety is a really, really big aspect of our business. We have safe quality food certification and Canadian FSEP inspections. We're audited a minimum of twice annually. Third-party auditors, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, is in our grading stations every single week, ensuring practices. But at the farm level, all these farmers, they're producing to a national standard as well, an on-farm food safety program, which takes all those biosecurity, barn cleanliness factors in combination with a very extensive animal care program that's set up with guidelines for welfare and housing. And together, this program forms what Egg Farmers of Canada calls EQA certified. So you're going to see that check mark on your products. And certainly Foodland Ontario, that's been a key partnership for us. Sustainability matters. We know sustainability is one of the biggest criticisms of agriculture. We're under a lot of pressures in industry. So what are we doing about it? Well, egg farmers, all the way through the supply chain, graders, farmers, it has been a focus. And it's been phenomenal because over 50 years, we have increased our egg production in Canada by 50%, while simultaneously decreasing our carbon footprint by 50%. So that's pretty phenomenal statistic. Just energy consumption alone, our farmers, through use of nutrient management plans, LED lighting, adopting solar, wind turbines, energy efficient fan and cooling strategies, have reduced energy consumption on farm by 41%. Huge. We've decreased our greenhouse gas emissions by 72%. And in 2020, it's located in Alberta, but Egg Farmers of Canada had their first net zero hen barn. And that's something that we're striving towards as an industry as well. So it's just continuous investment, environmental awareness, nutrient management on farm is a key thing as well to ensure soil and crop fertility. But Sustainability is more than just on farm. And through Egg Farmers of Ontario, through Egg Farmers of Canada, we're very fortunate ourselves. We are the LH Gray Group of companies. We're a huge partner in Breakfast Clubs of Canada. We have to feed kids. We have to get good, nutritious food into our school systems. We're in a key period of food insecurity. And the Ontario Food Bank program has been absolutely phenomenal. 1.7 million eggs in 2021 went through the food bank program here. So our philosophy, keep growing, keep building, and operate as if you'll go on forever. And that's something that we strive to do each and every day. So thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much, Leanne. I just sense that there are a whole lot of questions coming up. So I think I feel like this day is just sort of the beginning of a lot of further learning that's going to go on. So our final presenter for this morning, I'm very honored to introduce Butch Sieben-Morgan. He's from Bonduelle, Canada. Butch grew up on a tobacco farm in Sparta, Ontario. After graduating from the OAC Agriculture Diploma Program at the University of Guelph in 1980, he returned to his agricultural roots to operate a tobacco farm. But recognizing the limited future for that commodity, he began and grew his professional career in the agri-food sector, holding various roles such as field technician, agriculture manager, production manager, plant manager, and currently he's the strategic development manager for Bonduelle, Canada, where his focus is on 3 key business initiatives: investigating process byproduct upcycling, improving operational efficiencies, and investigating regional capacity expansion. He's a current director and past president of the Ontario Fruit and Vegetable Processors Association. And he is also a member of the Industry Advisory Committee for Processing Vegetables, which is structured under the Ontario Farm Products Marketing Commission. He and his wife of 40 years, Bonnie, reside in Strathroy. They have 2 daughters and 3 grandchildren. And it says here they help to fill in idle time. I'm not sure how much idle time you have, but yes. Butch, welcome.
Kids are so much more fun than kids, right? That's why. Morning, everyone, and thanks for having me. So, just for my interest, by a show of hands, how many people are familiar with Bonduelle prior to this morning? Limited, okay. All right. Now, by a show of hands, how many of you in your cupboards or in your freezers right now have canned or frozen vegetables? Much better, much better. I can be 85% assured that those vegetables are coming from one of our facilities. So thanks everybody for keeping me employed. I appreciate that. So Bonduelle, Canada, we are Canada's largest processor of canned and frozen vegetables. And my purpose here today is take you through a little bit of our story so you have a better understanding of our business. Geographically, here's where we're located. We have 1 plant out in Lethbridge, Alberta, 4 in Quebec, 5 locations in the US. And then here, Southwestern Ontario, our 3 plants, Tecumseh, Strathroy, and Ingersoll. So zooming in a little bit closer to the Southwestern Ontario geography, each of these red specks that you see on the slide, that's the GPS boundaries, locations of all of the farms and fields that are under contract. So we currently work with 225 contract growers producing in the area of 42,000 acres annually, which is comprised of peas, sweet corn, green beans, wax beans, Romano beans, lima beans, carrots, turnip, squash, Brussels sprouts, celery, and some parsnips. So regionally, we kind of span from Leamington area north to Grand Bend and to the west in the Tillsonburg area. overall, farm gate value of that acreage represents in the area of just over $40 million. So a bit of our business scope, as I mentioned, canned and frozen vegetables. So annually we produce just over 14 million cases of canned veg, 700 million pounds of frozen veg. That's one big freezer. And we do that across 5 agricultural zones, which you saw on the previous slides. Overall, our business is revenue in the area of just over $1 billion. All put together and managed by about 2,000 full-time employees and nearly 1,000 seasonal employees. So frozen veg are more near and dear to my heart. So just to give you a little bit of the scope of our product offering, we have the grilled veg. So we have some value-added vegetables, which would have a pasta or potentially a rice and a flavor packet in that bag that you would buy at the grocery store. Obviously, our core basic vegetables, peas, beans, corn, simple mixes, both regular and organic. Extra fine green beans are a big part of our business as well. We have these new delicious veg patties as well. And then last but not least, some more exotic vegetable blends. So very diverse, dynamic product line offering right across the board. So just how that splits from a sales perspective. So 68% of our business is through retail. And as Leanna mentioned, private label is a large component of our business. There's limited retailers in Canada. It's basically 5 big players, and they like to control what is on their shelves. So that breadth and diversity of product through private label, great value, President's Choice, no name, you name it, any type of private label out there is coming through our facilities. We do not own, but we do pack all of the Green Giant vegetables as well. 25% of the product goes to food service operators. So that, goes to restaurants, hotels, hospitals, nursing homes, that type of thing through Sysco and Gordon Food Service. And then we have what we refer to as our industrial customers, which is like the Campbell Soups and the ConAgras of the world. So even the vegetable soup mix that you would get from Campbell's, likelihood the veg inside that can is coming from one of our facilities. And from a market perspective, just how we're split, we're pretty much 50-50 from Canadian sales to US sales. 1% is what we refer to as exports, and that's predominantly going to the Caribbean islands in the form of canned vegetables. But of that 50% that is sold in Canada, 84% of it is, or that represents 84% of basically all of the canned and frozen vegetables that's consumed in Canada. So we have a very strong market position here in this country. A few years ago, we put together a video to serve purposes specifically and just for events like this. So when Joanne first contacted me about this, I said, I got a video for you. So it is a little bit lengthy. It's about 9 minutes, but it's going to take you through all the steps to get, what it takes to get vegetables from the field to your fork. So it's pretty detailed from that perspective. One qualifier that I will put in here, you're going to hear from our Vice President, Rob Anderson, who's going to talk about locations. He's going to say there's 12, but since this video was produced, we made another acquisition, so there are 13. So without any further ado, I'm going to turn this over to a professional narrator.
behind the scenes ensuring food safety. So where does it all start? Let's take a few minutes to explore Bonwell's commitment to quality processed vegetables. It all starts in the field with partner growers, men and women who farm their own land and their own crops. They are proud and passionate about what they do. Bonwell invests in partnership and trust with growers by working alongside them. Over the years, this collaboration has built strong relationships. The company's trained agronomy staff support growers in the monitoring of their crops and provide them with technical advice.
Bonwell North America is a very dynamic group. We grow multiple vegetables. We have a great grower base. We have great field expertise. In North America, we have 12 processing facilities doing both canned and frozen vegetables. And the geographic dispersion is very important to us because not only is it's spreading out our agricultural risk, but it's giving us a different dynamic so that we can grow different crops. Whatever the customers require, we can pretty much do. We grow peas, green and wax beans, lima beans, celery, broccoli, cauliflower, sweet corn, diced and sliced carrots. We're into turnip, rutabaga. We're a dynamic company. We have a lot of product offerings.
Our family has been farming here in this municipality since the 1830s. Farming is in my blood. Our success is based on the people we have working here, the wonderful resources that we have in our soils and climate, and our partner Bondwell.
We worked with Bondwell since 1971, actually, with the Ingersoll plant. On our farm, we use a lot of different methods to remain sustainable and environmentally friendly, from minimum till to cover crops to using organic manure. All these things come together to reduce our footprint.
To preserve the trust, well-being, and reputations of its customers, brands, employees, and shareholders, Bonwell Americas makes sure that customers' quality and food safety expectations are met every day. In all its activities directly linked to the world of farming, Bonwell attaches the highest importance to what is known as sustainable development. The group's corporate social responsibility relies on 6 priorities: natural resources, quality and nutrition, transport, human resources, relations with stakeholders, and agriculture. These priorities form the foundation of the following Bonwell sustainable agriculture practices. Research. Bonwell believes that research in agriculture is the best way to achieve its sustainable development objectives. What does this research look like? Bonwell's research and development program conducts trials using regular research plots. Researchers test and advance methods to improve sustainability, increase crop production, and encourage innovation in the field. It's only through research and testing that the agronomy staff can discover which growing methods, seed varieties, fertilizers, nutrients, and soil types are optimal for a given vegetable. The group's agronomy staff evaluate hundreds of different variety strains and research plots to finally end up with just 1 or 2 new varieties, which Bonwell growers across North America will plant the following season. The strongest, most productive strains are selected using conventional breeding practices.
We plant this crop in wide rows to allow lots of air movement down between the canopy to keep it cool and dry to reduce the risk of disease development. So you can see right at the top here, that flower has just been pollinated naturally and by beneficial insects. And right there, we've got the beginnings of a bean development.
Field and crop management begins at the land farmed by Bonwell growers. Growers are selected through the company's grower approval program. At the start of each growing season, Bonwell Agriculture Department staff will conduct an assessment and approval of all potential growers and their fields. Upon approval, the contract is signed and the season begins. But it doesn't end there, it's just the beginning. Growers make sure their fields have a well-prepared seed bed so that seeds are able to germinate successfully. They also determine the crop's needs in terms of water, nutrients, and protection, as well as the best seeding practices for the specific variety they will grow. Bonwell works to provide growers with the necessary information they need to make these decisions, and Bonwell agronomy staff monitor the growers' vegetable crops during the entire growing season, from planting to harvest.
So we're in constant contact with Bonduelle throughout the season, leading up to planting. As that crop progresses, just keeping in touch, we're monitoring the crop. A lot of our tillage practices, we try to leave residue on the soil in the fall, that land's not as susceptible to erosion as maybe some of the older practices. We're rotating our crop protection products to make sure that resistance doesn't develop from diseases or weeds. And our fertility programs are designed that we're not over-applying.
Bonwell's agronomic charter is aimed at employees working for the Bonwell Group. This includes growers, contractors, transporters, suppliers, and salespeople. The charter is an active document signed by growers and used in the field. It details Bonwell's requirements and specifications throughout the production and supply process. Bonwell's agronomic charter is the group's benchmark, establishing common risk management rules to be applied during the agricultural and industrial process. The earth is our main agricultural wealth. It feeds our vegetables. The group makes sure to encourage practices that will contribute to preserving or even enriching the soil's biological activity, thanks to tillage techniques, plant cover techniques, and crop rotation. Soil testing programs implemented by the company's growers verify the nutrient need for the crops that are being grown. Soil preservation practices are used to prevent the soil from erosion. The use of cover crops is a common practice by Bonwell growers in North America. Bonwell agronomy staff carefully scout each field weekly from planting to harvest, monitoring the presence of any crop pests such as insects, as well as weeds and diseases. Bonwell practices integrated pest management by controlling pests while minimizing impact on the environment. Scouting and trapping methods are used to monitor the ecological pressure of insects and disease at the field level. Bonwell only implements a control program if a specific threshold of pressure is reached. This ensures a minimum impact on the environment compared with traditional preventative practices. Prior to harvest, the maturity of each field is monitored closely to ensure optimal maturity is achieved. Each field is manually sampled multiple times before harvest. Testing is done to check the quality and to estimate the yield. The harvest plan is carefully crafted on a daily basis by the agriculture manager to ensure that the plant will have a steady supply of mature crops to process every day, 7 days a week, 24 hours a day during the entire harvest season. Harvest is always a rewarding experience each year. The fruits of all this labor, or should I say vegetables, are finally revealed. Bonwell's field staff work closely with harvest operators and fresh produce transporters to ensure that every load of vegetables is delivered to the plant at peak freshness. Once delivered, the vegetables are cleaned, prepared, blanched and frozen, or canned within 4 to 6 hours after harvest. This locks in all the valuable vitamins and nutrients. That's why we call it better than fresh. Traceability and records. Cutting-edge customized software made specifically for Bonwell is used to track every crop. Every field is linked to a crop ID number that is followed through Bonwell's internal system to the final packaging, enabling full traceability from field to fork. This system keeps the company in touch with the necessary records everywhere, all the time. Now you've seen how Bonwell strives to provide safe, high-quality, and wholesome vegetable products. So the next time you enjoy vegetables from Bonwell, remember the team whose dedication and support goes into every growing season to provide quality, locally grown, fresh processed vegetables.
Your fork. So now that the name Bonwell is entrenched in your minds, I got to throw a little bit of a curveball at you and ask you that you can probably forget that name because this past year our division was placed under strategic review by the Bonwell Group, which is located in France. And I'm pleased to say that we are now our own independent entity. Which is now 65% Canadian owned, with the Bonwell Group, thanks, retaining 35% ownership. So this was very fresh news. It's really just come to fruition in the last little while. I don't really have our new logo yet, but I'm so looking forward to getting a whole new wardrobe. We are now referred to or called Norterra Foods. So that's very exciting times for all of us because our new investors share the vision of plant-based foods feeding the planet and the strategies that our senior leadership team have put in place for strategic growth and further advancement of our business. So pretty excited for developments in the future. So that's our story. So with that, thank you very much.
Awesome, thank you. I really appreciate that you've all been sitting and listening so well for the past hour plus. So good job, you. It's now your turn to speak. I also want to say I really appreciate how each of the presenters has taken like everything that you do, which is like this huge and complex thing, and tried to fit it into this tiny little window of time that we've given you. So thank you for at least just opening that window a little bit so we can see what's inside. So time for your questions. And we do have people with microphones ready to take your questions for the panel. And there may be some online as well. I'm not sure if you've received any, Jaleesa, online? Okay, well, just a reminder to people that are online, following us online, you can submit your questions as well, and we'll ask them here. So if you've got a question, just raise your hand, and one of the mics will find their way to you.
Thanks for all the presentations. One question. Is one kind of apple harder to grow than another kind of apple, or is it all hard?
No, there are harder apples to grow. Honeycrisp is a very popular apple, but a very difficult apple to grow. It's a large fruit, which is inherent. It likes to spoil then, right? So, and it's not a fast-growing tree. We planted our first Honeycrisp 10 years ago, and a year or two later there was apples on the tree, and we thought, oh, that's great, we'll have some apples. The tree actually runted out. The trees are, to fill their space, you want, a tree that's 7, 8 feet, 10 feet tall within a few years. These trees are still 5, 6 feet tall. So it's quite a learning curve on Honeycrisp. There's actually conferences just on how to grow and store Honeycrisps. They are probably the worst apple to work with. But, people love them.
So go russet. Go russet. Okay, any other questions for any of the panelists? Yep, I think we have one. Yep.
I have a question for Mr. Kurigan as well. As it relates to apple production with the advancement in technology, do you think that helps you to be more sustainable compared to back then in 1910? Would that be help to use renewable energy in your production process?
Can you say that again?
Yeah, sir. I was saying that for the advancement in technology throughout the years, did that help you to be more sustainable now compared to 1910 when you first started?
Oh, for sure. So as I said, my grandfather planted those trees, 20 trees on an acre, and they're 40 feet tall, and you're trying to spray with a gun, and it was not sustainable, right? Today we can, as I say, if you go drive by an orchard today, they look like a vineyard. There's drip irrigation, there's trellis, it's very costly to do it that way, but it is more sustainable. You're getting more production per acre. The production per acre is almost triple of what we're doing. So it's something we're looking at, though we need, as I say, we're marketing 90% of what we grow through our own market. So I'm looking for not perfect apples. Today, every apple has to be perfect that you grow, and that's very, with the high density, that's all you're getting is perfect apples. So it's changed, right? Whereas I'm still looking for some imperfections to sell at a lesser price because that's what people want. But it's getting away from that too, right? There's no second eggs. There's no second milk. There's no, people come in, where's your seconds? But yeah, there's no such.
There's no second eggs either, to be honest.
Yeah. Exactly. There's no such thing, right?
They're all grade A.
They're all graded. They're all dealt with in a different way. They go for processing or whatever, and that's what's happening with apples. If there's a hailstorm in Ontario on an orchard, those apples all go for processing. They don't make it to the market, right? So,
so it's for the third presenter. Sorry, I forgot your name. About the ag industry. Really curious about, you talked about succession planning. And how it shifted to a more shared ownership model. If you can speak a little bit more about that, and if you see this happening in other agribusiness, in other industries in the agriculture, because we hear about how old our farmers are becoming, and if this is something that is happening more, that succession planning, or this is something that it's one of the challenges that we're facing, that we have less and less small families. So if you can speak a little bit more about the succession planning, I think it's a great story.
So here's a quick statistic. Less than 2% of Canada's population produces food for 100%, okay? So we have, within agriculture, we actually still have a very small amount of people directly involved in primary production. The egg business is something that's very interesting because it's an industry of farmers that's actually getting younger right now. So succession planning has been a key strategic initiative from the provincial and the national marketing boards as well, because there is so much value there in maintaining many viable small farms. And because of supply management and the fair farm pricing model, where it goes back to that each of those, even if you're a small farm, that you're receiving the same price per dozen as a large farm means that smaller farmers can be economically successful and viable. And so the children, we have third and fourth generation now where they have seen their parents and their grandparents be able to make a living rurally in small communities. And it's fascinating because they're viewing it as a profession. So yes, it's their family farm business, but they're also viewing it as a profession. So we've seen a huge number of farmers' children go off to universities, get degrees in animal science, agriculture, agribusiness, but they actually still want to come back and farm. And they want to bring all that knowledge they're learning in agribusiness, in sustainability, in agricultural engineering back to their farm operations to make it even more sustainable. And the reason they can do that is because they do have fair farm pricing, and they're making they can make a living for their family being at home while implementing that technology. So it's really interesting for me, and I can't believe I'm 20 years in the industry here already, and that I have kids who were 4 and 5 years old when I started calling on their parents, and they've already come back now, and through their family succession planning, they're now owners in that farm operation. That's who I'm working with day to day. And like for me, that's tremendous because I think, oh, I'm not that old, but I'm seeing it even in kids that I first met. So it's really strong within the egg industry, and that's so exciting because they are bringing new technology, new vision. And for Gray Ridge specifically in the LH Gray group of companies, yeah, it's true. Bill Gray, he's an only child. He was an only child of Lyle and Ina. And he does have business in other provinces as well. But we found that, again, because with Supply Managed, those farmers are guaranteed a market for their eggs, how better to want them to continue to work and see the grading side of the business be successful than to be an owner, right? Because if you're invested in something, if you have an opportunity to buy in and be an invested owner, then you're that much more committed as well to the success of the processing side of the business and that arm that's getting your eggs to the consumer, not just the farm side. So the supply chain has become, as we saw from the video, which is fascinating, but the supply chain is so complex. And so if the farmers can also be part of that processing chain, they actually bring tremendous value all the way through. So yeah, it's been a model specifically the egg industry as a collective has worked towards.
I wonder if I can Janan and Phil both, just kind of ask you the question about succession planning as well, for each of you. What would be something that would support that model in each of your industries? Because Janan, I think you're an example of that. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's funny because before Steve and I decided to come back to the farm, there was a question mark for Mike on how he was going to continue on running the farm. And this has allowed us to actually, you know, like I said, like create a vision for the future where the farm can still operate on that small scale and bring in ideas and technology and practices and that are in line with the values that the three of us share that he wouldn't have been able to do on his own. And so, yeah, I think that's sort of the succession planning. It's across all industries, but dairying, I think there's a risk in farming. I mean, we're also supply managed, so we have that through dairy, so we have that guaranteed income as well. But it doesn't necessarily enable you to grow. And so I think that's where it's sort of expanding into consumer facing and building the store and doing the creamery has allowed us to expand and reinvest money into other side projects that couldn't have happened if we had just sort of stayed in that production. And then our milk just goes off the farm into the supply chain without us being involved in those further steps. So.
Great, thank you. Phil,
yeah, our story probably started 10 or 15 years ago with my parents. It was my father and his brother were still owning the farm, and it was it's been a long journey, but we got here, and but it's working. And now, of course, my daughter and son have expressed some interest, so it's it'll be interesting to see the next steps that we have to go through.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Yeah, Julissa. Yeah.
Hi, everyone.
There you go.
Sorry for that. We have two questions coming from our online participants. The first is to Philip. What are some sustainable practices in the Chronican orchards, and what does your carbon footprint look like?
So sustainable, we actually 30 years ago we started on our field crops, no tilling. That was based out of a need because we have a lot of stones on our farm. So we thought, well, we'll just go into no-till, and we're down to minimum tillage, and we do cover crops, and of course orchard. The orchard is a permanent crop, so that is very important. We also have 25 acres of bush. It's a large bush for this part of the county, and there's trees are harvested every 20 years roughly. Yeah, we're always the cuttings go back into we chop the cuttings that we take off the tree, go back into the ground, and any orchard that we've ever taken out and then plant crops in, the crops are fantastic for about 5 years with all that. But the branches degrading and releasing nutrients, and it's very interesting to see.
Thank you. Kind of a follow-up question. What's your favorite apple to eat?
Again, it goes through the season. So, our first apple off the tree is a Polar Red, and it's crisp and tart. And then there's some nice, an old variety that's on there was called a Gravenstein. There's a picture of our family is in front of that 100-year-old tree that my grandfather ordered from Wolfville, Nova Scotia, and got through the mail. Wow. So that's kind of important, and yeah. So and now we're growing Crimson Crisp. It's a new variety, very hard and tart. It harvests around mid-October.
Amazing. Thank you so much for sharing. And then the other question I'm seeing in the chat is for each panelist. Heather wants to know which operating costs have increased the most in the past 2 years.
Probably the fuel costs, right? The equipment to run the equipment is, and fertilizer costs. Yeah, those are the two big ones for sure.
I see a lot of nodding heads.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I would definitely, I was gonna say all of them, but fuel and fertilizer, definitely for us too.
Yes, I will say for fuel and fertilizer, we actually invested for our entire trucking division in hybrid vector diesel transport trucks. So we've done a really good job of helping to economize and bear through some of those fuel increases. We employ a lot of people. So wages have actually, increased wages have been a big part of our business. And where we've seen costs really actually come through the whole supply chain this year. So the feed for the hens is one of the largest costs in egg production. And this year we are experiencing absolutely record feed prices to feed our hens that I haven't seen in 20 years of being in the industry. They're literally more than double when I first started out. So that carries all the way through, unfortunately, and that's a function of fertilizer inputs, fuel inputs, increased energy costs on farm, or just to produce the crops that then feed the hens, who also have the increased utility costs on farm, the increased wages. So we're just seeing those ripple effects really all the way through the supply chain.
Yeah, and for us, energy costs, electricity in the province is very difficult to stomach. You know, while we're in processing production, you know, we've got thousands of horsepower, you know, running ammonia compressors, so that you know, consumes a significant amount of energy, you know, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. But also from the supply chain perspective, we're moving a lot of product, whether it's coming from the field, coming to our processing plants. So fuel costs for those carriers, that's gone up significantly, as well as then taking those finished goods, shunting them to our large frozen freezers or storages in bulk format, then bringing them back to packaging facilities, and then transporting them out to the customers. So there's a significant amount of opportunities that we're looking at to reduce that footprint from an energy perspective for moving product down the road.
All right, do we have time for one more question? If there are none, I have one. Oh, here's one right up front. Yeah.
I'd like to say thank you to everyone. I've really learned a lot today, and I have taken a lot of notes, and there's just a lot of food for thought there. So my question is, and I know that all of you are incredibly busy, so it's not exactly a question posed to you, it's just kind of an abstract question about local recipe development. I know that there's marketing boards for Egg Marketing Board and beef, and I'm not too sure about the other people represented, and that somehow Foodland Ontario ties this together, and there's a website, but I still think that there's a lot of room that we need to do education with consumers about buying local, about sustainability, and how our food producers are doing an excellent job with sustainability. And I was really taken with Jen and the problem of the whey, and maybe some of these things, if there's an opportunity to pose some problems and some questions, and maybe like something like this food incubator could work with it, or local groups or something like that. Given that I know you're all terribly busy, I'm just sort of asking it as an abstract question, what you think of that.
Yeah, I can definitely speak about the whey. Absolutely, right? I mean, it's you can drink whey, so there's no need for us to think of it just as a byproduct. It's a natural ingredient in many parts of the world. So I think there's ways to innovate by looking globally and then bringing some of those solutions to the local level. And also, like, other things that we are doing are we're growing some other native species. So the pawpaw is another one that we've been looking at, growing that on our property, and using those ingredients and those fruits in our gelato. So kind of like making it full circle, right? And helping people learn about foods that are naturally from our area. And using recipes is another great way to show people what to actually do with the food that is native to this area, that is being grown here. I think it's all part of the same. We're all doing what we can in that way to kind of help each other use what's local and around us.
I know the egg industry, most of our recipes actually come from the farmers, and on getcracking.ca, on Egg Farms of Canada, there's new featured recipes every month, and with a focus on creative uses for eggs, different ways to incorporate eggs into your meals, using local ingredients in combination. So recipe development has been a really big thing as we are trying to, as we're trying to increase egg consumption, because it is such a good food source. So that is something we focus on a lot. I made a comment earlier about there are no seconds in eggs. Well, that's not 100% correct. So what you buy at the supermarket are grade A eggs, okay? So those are inspected, graded, certified to the highest quality standard that goes into those table eggs at the market that you're buying at the supermarket. But we still actually do have some off streams of fine cracks, maybe eggs that have a dirt stain or some other stain that make them not suitable to go into our grade A packs. We waste zero. So things that have fine cracks in the shell, those can be streamed to go then to our further processing plants, where those eggs are cracked anyways to make liquid blends for food service. From those processing facilities, we actually take all of our eggshell waste, because it's calcium carbonate, which is the most bioavailable source of calcium. We actually dry those eggshells and we heat treat them, and then we actually feed the shells to the hens as a calcium source, because it's just the best calcium source we can give back to our hens. But it's also used by some people for compost and garden mixes. So even the shells, we diverted 80 metric ton of eggshell waste from landfill back into a usable food stream within the feed industry. And so then even the liquid egg from eggs that are maybe too cracked or what we call a leaker to be able to go into our process facilities, those go to we have a facility that does inedible product as well, and that egg is dried. We spray dry it, and it can be used in pet foods and also in the animal feed industry. So we actually are trying to be zero waste stream in our processes here. So.
All right, so clearly we have just cracked the surface of this whole conversation, sorry. And I know that we are a bit behind schedule, and we're all anxious to get to the awesome meal which awaits us. So I want to thank the panelists, and I assume that you would be available for questions if people would like to contact you during the rest of the day. I do want to thank you so much for being up here and for preparing all of the information that you shared with us today, extremely insightful, and for fielding the questions here. Thank you so much.
I get to thank everybody, including Lela, so she just sat down, but thank you so much for this excellent panel. It's been so interesting, and I'm sure everybody is dying to stand up and move a little bit, but you can't yet. But you can stand up for a second. We are going to have another speaker Andrew's going to speak before lunch. So if you're starving, you can go to the back and grab a little snack if you need something. But I'd like to thank everybody here on the panel, and then I'll wait for Andrew I'll introduce Andrew for his speech, and then we'll have lunch after that, okay? But get up if you want to. Thank you very much. There you go, Bruce. Thank you. There you go. Thank you so much. please feel free to take a minute just to stand up and move yourself. So I'd like to introduce our next speaker. We've entered the eat portion of the day, but we're going to have to wait a few minutes till we eat. We're going to hear from Andrew, who is an avid local food enthusiast. A lot of you here know Andrew, but you may not know all these great little tidbits of information I'm going to tell you about Andrew. He's the co-founder and executive director of Growing Chefs Ontario, which is a London-based charity with a mission to change the way that children, youth, families, and the community learn about and develop healthy relationships with food. Andrew has designed, implemented, and managed several food education programs that have served over 50,000 children and families across London and surrounding area over the past 12 years. Our school programming has grown to the largest school-based food literacy program in Canada, currently serving over 6,500 students every year. In 2015, Growing Chefs Ontario was a finalist for the Pillar Community Innovation Awards in the Impact category, and Andrew was named as one of the top 20 under 40 Business London magazine's list of Londoners working in the local business community. In 2017 and 2018, Growing Chefs was the recipient of a Southwestern Ontario Tourism Award for the innovative events hosted at Growing Chefs headquarters. I'd like to welcome Andrew, and he's going to speak to us about his wonderful business, Growing Chefs.
Hey everybody, thank you so much. 20-minute countdown to food. I'll try and keep it to that. And everybody, do you want to stand up for a sec? Until I get my clicker going. Stand up, jump around. This is like, I don't know if any of you go to the gym, but you know when the trainer's like, you've got 3 more and you're dying, and then you do 3 and they're like, and 5 more. That's what this is like right now. It's almost time for lunch. Everybody's looking feverishly at screens, so I know they're working hard. Thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna start this way. So a huge thanks to a whole bunch of people. This is a dream for us to host a food literacy conference in our space. When we opened Growing Chefs at the Grove during the pandemic, this was like, seemed so far off. So it's so amazing to see you all here. Huge thanks to, of course, the Middlesex London Food Policy Council, the team at the Grove, the Western Ferry District, their food and beverage team has helped us make sure that everybody can stay caffeinated and hydrated. I'm gonna thank my team now. Curtis and Emily and Jen have been rocking it, getting ready for lunch, and the chefs, Chef Catherine, Chef Jordan, Chef Nick, and Chef Matt have made a wonderful meal for us. I'm gonna speak more to it, yeah. Ho-ho! Here we go. 20 minutes. Countdown starts. So again, my name's Andrew. Growing Chefs Ontario is a London-based charity. Our mission is to change the way children and families learn about and develop healthy relationships with food. By the way, big thanks to Colleen Crunigan for helping to transfer my presentation from my Mac program to PowerPoint. She asked me very clearly to read it through and make sure that all of the formatting transferred. We're going to do that together right now. And bear with some formatting mistakes and potentially slides out of order, but we're going to roll with it. Over the past 15 years, Growing Chefs has established itself as a leading organization in Ontario for food education programming. Focus on 3 things: amazing programming that's fun for kids, strong governance and back-end charitable strategic planning, and sustainable funding model based on social enterprise. We're going to explore that a little bit. This is our logic model. So basically, we run programs for children and families through schools, through online resources, through community programs, and through public programming that we offer in this space at the Grove. When you add it all up, We cook with approximately 10,000 children and families each and every year. And our purpose for those programs is to increase food literacy levels, but also to deliver all of the programming through curriculum connections so that they're achieving learning outcomes based on where they are in the school system. And all of our programming is framed around understanding food systems, understanding that we are all reliant upon, connected to, and that everything that we choose to eat impacts a food system that's bigger than all of us. We are part of this ecosystem, and it's about time we start talking about it and understanding what those impacts are. As well, all of our programming is aligned with the definition of food literacy and this brand new food literacy framework that's just been published this year by Dr. Joyce Slater out of the University of Saskatchewan. Yes? I think it's Saskatchewan as well. Let's go with that for now. What this framework does is it divides this idea of food literacy, this concept of food literacy, into categories and gives us benchmarks per age for to show us what young people should know about food at each age. This has never existed before. We've been advocating for it for many, many years. And what Growing Chefs is trying to do right now is help other organizations all across Canada integrate this tool into their food program curriculum so that we can all start measuring our programs the same way and show the impact on a larger scale in a collective impact approach to educating children about food, and again, changing the way that children learn about food. The food literacy framework is divided into all these categories. I could talk for an hour just about them, but nutrition, food safety and hygiene, food origins, food skills, obtaining food, being an informed consumer, developing positive relationships with food, food and culture, eating and cooking with others, and even social justice and food and environmental sustainability. We have this printed, by the way, in the windows over there. Anybody wants to check that out, talk to us, talk to any of our team about it, we'd be happy and thrilled to do that at any time when we're not waiting for lunch. In the meantime, I'll show you what this programming looks like in action. So we're going to look at our school-based programs, some of our public programs that we host here at the Grove, and our community-based programming. So when we're in schools, our team brings all of our stuff and we deliver programming right at the child's desk. That can range from just exploring where our food comes from, through seed matching activities, math-based activities. This is a non-standard units of measurement activity. We're taking fruits and vegetables of different sizes and learning to cut them into consistent shapes. So again, gets them comfortable with the food, also enforces math activities. And then of course they get to cook and explore right at their desks, but most importantly, it's gotta be fun and engaging, especially when we're trying to get them to approach foods that they may or may not be entirely comfortable with. We also run field trip programs. This is a school arriving at our other facility, Growing Chefs headquarters, bright and early in the morning. We like to give them opportunity to see how food grows in one of our now number of learning gardens. In the spring, they help us plant. In the fall, they help us harvest. And then inside, they help to prepare a meal that they all share together before they head back to school. You'll see children of all different ages. For elementary students, our programming is very, very curriculum set. So it's very set lesson plans that we repeat over and over again. For high school kids, like you see here, all the programming is customized depending on what subject that they're learning. I'm going to tell you about one specifically because Ray John from Oneida Nation spoke to you this morning virtually, and we work very closely with Ray John at Growing Chefs. It's one of our favorite partnerships, and I'm going to tell you about a program. It's our Oneida language program that we've developed with Ray John, and he works with students, teaches them vocabulary from Oneida, and then our chefs work with Ray John to develop cooking programs where the children get to integrate that language into the cooking program so they get to use it and practice it throughout the cooking session. All of the recipes that we use are based on meaningful traditional Indigenous ingredients, and our lunch today is based off of recipes from this program. So I'll tell you a little bit more about that later. But before I go on, just a huge shout out to Logan, who's somewhere at the back. He is one of the students in the Oneida language program, and he's here volunteering with us today and going to be serving the lunch. Even somehow when school's not been canceled, he's still here rocking it with us. So thanks, Logan. But as you can see over and over again, the purpose of all of these programs is to instill a sense of wonder in the kids as we cook food from scratch. Here at Growing Chefs at the Grove, which we opened officially last year through the pandemic, This facility was designed to be wheelchair accessible and available year-round to students. It can accommodate a wider age range from children as young as 4 all the way up to adults. It has a full audio-video setup, as you can see, so we can do virtual programming, and we do run programming for schools now across the province. We have a fully accessible hoop house that we've built in the middle of the racetrack, just out back. We provide lots of stuff that we're doing here. But one of my favorites is provide opportunities to collaborate with more community partners from across the agribusiness sector, hence events like this. This is what it looks like when we're not set up for a conference. As we run some of our, this is from our advanced culinary program, which is an 8-week program for children that we run from, again, as young as 4 up to teens. Some of our high school programs that you see there. This is right where you guys are sitting, and this is our beginner's kitchen that you have to go through before you graduate into the main kitchen where you'll be getting your lunch. As a little shot from our advanced culinary program as well. Last year, even with all of the in and out of lockdowns and all of the capacity restrictions that we were facing, we still were able to host 135 in-person programs here at the Grove, which reached almost 2,400 participants. And then our virtual programming offering another 105 virtual sessions that we had over 3,500 live virtual participants. And then on top of that, we had over 11,000 downloads and video views of pre-recorded and resources that were downloaded offline. This is really exciting for us because we, for the first time ever, had the opportunity to cook with young people right in their homes and involve their parents in the process. So again, back to our Oneida language program with Rajon, the way that program developed online as our chef team delivered ingredient baskets right to the participants' homes, is the participants actually were teaching their parents to speak Oneida, which is, as we've learned in hindsight, one of the best ways you can learn a language is to teach other people what you know. So this is so amazing to see young people cooking with us through a screen. As well, you can check out our YouTube channel where we have over 150 recipe videos, all designed for children and parents to be cooking together. And you can find that easily on YouTube/Growing Chefs Ontario, I believe. As well, we have resource videos for families and teachers that include everything from how to set up and cook with your kids at home, strategies for introducing new foods for picky eaters, and how to organize cooking activities for children of different ages. As well, for educators, we have a series of lesson plans based on food systems, one we like to call the value of food, and tasting activities for young people that can all be downloaded for free off of our website, off of the OPHEA website, which is the Ontario Physical and Health Educators Association of Ontario, and very proud that a number of these resources are now being included in the Ministry of Education's training package for teachers all across Ontario related to the new science curriculum, which has had food literacy built into it, another 15-year project that has come to fruit recently. You can find these resources by going to growingchefsontario.ca, scroll down to the Learn section, and you can see them there, or you can click the Programs tab at the top and look up our resources there. As well, just want to talk quickly about our hoop house in the middle of the racetrack. We have a full heated greenhouse. We're just building a hoop house now. That's because in order to give this many young people opportunities to see food growing and get their hands in the soil, we do end up growing a reasonable amount of food. Not enough to use and fully utilize in our education programming. It's very difficult to bring some in from a hoop house and then order others. It's a difficult project, and also can be problematic in terms of food safety, of just pulling food directly out of the ground and having kids cook it right away. So what to do with all of this food? Alana, who's there in the middle, is one of our staff members, and she has worked with the Ontario Student Nutrition Program to develop a community food box program. So we bring students through, they help us tend the gardens, they learn about food growing. When that food is harvested and processed, we package it up into fresh food boxes, which are delivered directly to families through the Ontario Student Nutrition Program. So they get these fresh food boxes through their school support counselors. The families have signed up for them. They were looking for fresh food so they could cook their own meals at home, didn't want to be dependent on more traditional food access supports. And we've been able to get these food boxes directly to them. And again, you can just see the picture of it there. We are hopeful that again, because these food boxes were being given through existing support channels where students were already receiving technology support, mental health support, academic support, language support in some cases, then also getting food support, what we've learned is all of those supports together, when we combine food with them, we're seen as having more value. And more excited. So when you go to the food bank and they're telling stories of struggling to get the fresh food that they're growing in their greenhouse distributed to people because it's not seen as having the same value as the prepackaged stuff because you have to put work into it. You need a skill set to be able to process and cook it at home. It takes time and effort, and at times they struggle to give it away. Whereas through this model, we have a waiting list of families who are begging to get more of these boxes to them, which is why we're increasing our growing capacity. And come spring, we'll have an additional hoop house, 3 additional learning gardens, and anticipate we'll be able to grow this from the, where are we here? 625 pounds of fresh produce that we grew last year to doubling that and reaching 25 to hopefully 50 families. We're also hopeful we can use this as a model to grow and expand food access supports for others in the future. This is our greenhouse down in the middle of the horse racetrack. If you want to do some gambling before you leave, you can see it there as you're watching the horses run around. This is our team just preparing some planting, I believe, as we get ready to harvest for the food boxes. Some students doing some tasting as we're in there as well, as we're picking peas for food boxes in the spring. There again, you see what some of our food boxes look like and some of the feedback that we get from them that I'd love to really go into, but lunch is waiting, so let's move on. What I want to talk about more than anything with you is our social enterprise model, because at the end of the day, you can build all of this great programming. The problem is that if we sit here and wait for governments to invest in implementing programming like this in communities across Ontario, we're talking about a major investment that, let's be honest, schools are closed right now because we can't find a couple extra dollars for staff that are already in there. New initiatives, I'm not feeling super hopeful. So what do? Well, we try and come up with a funding model that doesn't require that type of government support. And so this is how Growing Chefs approaches it. We run 2 social enterprise. One is a series of events that we host at Growing Chefs headquarters. If any of you have been to the Old Auberge de Petit Prince restaurant on King Street in Maitland, that is Growing Chefs headquarters. I'm going to talk to you about the events shortly, but right now, the Beat Cafe is our hot lunch program for local schools, day camps, and childcare centers that we operate here at the Grove. So behind our teaching kitchen is a beautiful commercial kitchen. We made 77,000 plus meals last year that were shipped out to 13 schools and childcare centers each and every day. It's approximately 400 to 450 meals a day. This is what the menus look like. Everything in our lunch program is made from scratch. If you go back, and I'm even willing to open our back doors if you want to come in and see our pantries, it is raw ingredients. There's no pre-prepared sauces. It's the way that it should be. The way that we are able to get this to schools at a reasonable price is there's no profit margin built in. It's that simple. As a charity, we can sell these meals at cost. We can pay for our labor, we can pay for the food costs, we can pay for good ingredients, and we can pay the rent on this facility. But there's nothing left over, and that's okay, because at the end of the day, getting good food to students is the profit. Not to mention the fact that it pays our rent on the facility. Because of this lunch program, it brought the average cost per student for the education programs you've seen pictures of from the $80 to $100 range down to the $20 to $30 range. It makes the program a lot more accessible for everybody. So this is what we're serving every day. And I just want to talk about comparison. And before I go into this, I'm just going to be real. I'm not shitting on any of these businesses, okay? But this is what my daughter's school, this is how you order lunch for them. So you go to, what is it called there? It's a little cut off at the top. But this is the program. These are the partners that they work with. These are their healthy school options. And again, no disrespect to them, but if you want to build a profit margin into your food, there's only 2 places you can cut costs. One is in labor, the other is in quality of the food. And if your mandate at the end of the day is to put money back in your shareholders' pockets, that's what you have to do. I don't think profitable food for public consumption, we're talking schools, daycare centers, long-term care facilities, and hospitals, why are we profiting off of that? It doesn't make sense. We can do better than this. So just to give you an idea, our pricing structure for a 3 to 5-year-old, this is post-pandemic pricing. We were a good $1.50 cheaper in 2019, but this is where we're at. $6 to $6.25 for a 3 to 5-year-old, $6.25 to $6.50 for a 6 to 8-year-old, 9+, $7.25 to $7.50. For comparison, 2 slices of pepperoni pizza through these guys from Domino's Pizza, $6.72. It's effectively the same thing. So what we are hoping is that we can show that we can get real food to those places. It doesn't have to cost more. We just have to rethink our way to get there. Did you know that, I'm not going to name school boards or schools, but there are high schools all throughout London right now whose cafeterias aren't open. Why? Because the food service contracts they have with these companies have deemed them unprofitable, so they are just simply closed. And schools across London are trying to figure out alternative ways to get food to students. We are hoping we can share this model. There are some challenges. There are some challenges. Our food is served family style. It's not individually packaged. It reduces waste. Family style is a much better way for children to eat, but serving food family style in schools presents some food safe issues. It's one thing to open a pizza box and slap pieces of pizza around, but when you have chicken, for example, that's cooked from scratch on the day of, there's a different process in terms of oversight that you have to go through, and there isn't a plan for that. So we're advocating for a simplified version of Food Safe certified school staff. We should be able to skip all the commercial stuff so you don't have to worry about running a massive food production facility, which is important to be able to do safely. Please don't take that the wrong way. But you should be able to get a certification that allows you to cut up fruit and vegetables and safely distribute pre-prepared food to students through a school. It should be able to be done safely, quickly, and efficiently. And you'd be surprised at the amount of pushback that we're getting just at the idea. As well, the school food environment is incredibly problematic. There's no plan for it, and I believe it stems from the fact that we are the only westernized nation in the world that doesn't have a national healthy school food strategy. So we end up with these lunchtimes at schools that aren't managed by anybody. There's no unions that allow their staff to be able to provide oversight. You end up with parent volunteers. You end up with kids segregated at desks that aren't allowed to talk to each other, aren't allowed to share food, and most likely are watching videos while they're eating each and every day. It's a massive problem, and when that's the environment you're starting in, it's really hard to get people on board with the idea of designing new systems to get better food to their desks. But we're working on it. The last and biggest problem that we face each and every day, to be honest, is picky eaters. And I'm not talking about the kids. I can't tell you how many times we work with childcare centers and literally watch them while we're present deliver food as they open a bin and go, oh, there's beets in here. No one's going to eat this. We're like, of course not. If you're telling the kids they're not going to eat it, of course they're not going to eat it. But that's what we're up against. So just very quickly, this is how it works. Our model, 40% of Growing Chef's revenue comes from foundations, sponsorships, grants, and traditional charitable fundraising. The 5% other is approximately from program fees, so what people pay to come, the very small cost that we charge to access our programming. 35% of our income comes from our lunch program, 20% comes from the events that we host at Growing Chef's headquarters. That's 55% that we're generating ourselves. And when you look at our expenses, 55% is our overhead, administration, and costs of operating those social enterprise. See how that works? So that 45% of charitable giving that we receive through foundation sponsorships and grants, I'm out of time, is entirely every single dollar goes into running those education programs. So that's how it works. And again, we think that we can recreate this in communities all across Ontario. So in 2 seconds, here's some things that you can, if you're interested in learning more, you can check out our events at Growing Chef's headquarters. We host everything from corporate functions and team building activities, adult cooking classes, weddings and private events, educational workshops. We do it all there. We've won tourism awards for it. Our space is absolutely beautiful, and nothing like picking peas fresh from a plant while you're sipping a glass of wine in your garden for your private event. We've hosted educational workshops for teachers on school gardens, some of our adult cooking classes, and again, the adult cooking classes are set up so you can come through and experience what the kids do in our programs. And we've got a beautiful set of adult classes coming up over the next month. And again, you just go to growingchefsontario.ca, slide down to the upcoming event section, and you can see all of the things that we have coming up. I'd love to go into them more, but lunch is waiting. Oh, this is what I was going to talk about the curriculum on this slide earlier, but we already did that, so we'll move right along. Our biggest challenge moving forward is going to be this 42% of our income. What Growing Chefs has to do in the next 2 years is figure out how to sustainably generate that 40% of income from donors here in the community. If we can show in the next 2 to 3 years out of the pandemic that our community will support this model for food education, the next steps is recreating this in communities across the province. We have an opportunity here in this community to show that this can be done, that we can do better in terms of food education, and we're really excited to see our community step up and make that happen. Huge thanks to our whole team here at Growing Chefs for all of the work that they do. Just in the last 72 hours, we have hosted field trips from schools, several private cooking classes. I think we had a 75th birthday party. Last night we had another strange cooking class. We did a fundraising dinner on Thursday night for another organization that we hosted at Growing Chefs. You guys are here today, and through all of that, we've rescheduled the whole next week's worth of school field trip programs, hopefully to shift them online. This team works endlessly. They are absolutely amazing, and we wouldn't be able to do what we do without them. And I truly believe there are going to be other communities in the province learning from their example. These are our contractual obligation slides for everyone that gives us money to help us do what we do. Thank you to all of these fine, wonderful businesses, individuals, organizations for helping give us the tools to be able to do what we do. If you want to learn more about this, if you haven't guessed, I like talking about it. I'll be hanging out, so please come and ask questions. The last thing that I want to say, just about our lunch. So I mentioned before that the menu that we have today is based on the cooking program that our friend Logan was taking part in. It's also based off of one of the days of the Beat Cafe lunch program. So it's a hybrid of what we serve in schools plus our Indigenous language program. So we're having a bison chili, fresh made cornbread, bison and bean chili, fresh made cornbread. We've got a beautiful kale and seasonal vegetable salad. And then for dessert, we've got our Crunigan's Empire apple and pear apple crisp. Because more people registered than showed up today, our partners over at the Men's Mission will be receiving any leftovers that aren't served today. The chef that's running the kitchen there is our friend Chris, who actually helped. He was the first lead chef of the Beat Cafe back in 2016 when we opened Growing Chefs headquarters. He's running the kitchen over there today and eagerly excited, awaiting all of our leftovers. As we get up for lunch, our team is going to guide you through several different buffet lines. Hopefully we'll get you to go through and get everyone fed quickly. We're going to ask the back of the room to stand up first and go over there. There is one line. If you have any dietaries, the furthest line, and our team will direct you to it, has our vegan chili, our gluten-free cornbread. So everything in that line will be vegan and gluten-free. Am I forgetting anything, Jen and Emily? No? They're going, wrap this up, boss. Let's go. Thank you so much, everybody.
And just very quickly, I just want to say thank you to Andrew and the Growing Chefs team. You've all been amazing to work with today. It wouldn't have happened without you. A very imperative part of today, so we just have this token of our thanks. Enjoy lunch, everyone. Yes. Enjoy lunch, and don't forget to check out our booths in the hallway. We'll meet back here in about 45 minutes at 1:15. And yeah, make sure you visit our exhibitors. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I hope everyone had a wonderful lunch. And thank you so much to Growing Chefs for making, serving. Oh, it was a wonderful lunch. It was so good. And if someone had mentioned to me, wouldn't it be great if they could share the recipes? So that would be really nice for all of us if we could maybe ask Growing Chefs if they could share the recipes with us. That would be awesome. So we'll try and get those and we'll send them out to people that are here, or we'll post them on our website. So thank you, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch, and I have the privilege now to introduce our next speaker. This is the last part of our eat portion, and the afternoon panel is the understand. So For the last portion of our Eat section of the day, we'll hear from Urban Roots London. Richie Bloomfield is passionate about post-secondary education, entrepreneurship, as well as land stewardship and social sustainability related to food production. He has taught numerous business management and entrepreneurship-based courses at Huron University College, at Western University for over 7 years. In addition, he co-founded Urban Roots London in 2017, a nonprofit urban farm that is addressing issues around food access. In late 2019, he also co-founded Sidetrack, a Wortley cafe where many of his passions intersect. During his undergrad, Richie completed a Bachelor of Arts in Globalization Studies, as well as his HBA from the Ivey Business School. He later completed his Master of Business Administration from Ivey as well. Welcome to Richie, and he's going to be telling us all about Urban Roots.
Thank you so much, Ellen, for that introduction, and thank you for Growing Chefs, The Grove, Middlesex London Food Policy Council for hosting this event. It's an honor for me to be here and share a little bit more with you about Urban Roots London. As Ellen mentioned, we're a not-for-profit urban farm here in the city, and we were founded in 2017. This picture here, some of you from London may recognize the area if you look closely. This is a shot from many decades ago. The power plant on the right-hand side is directly across from where Urban Roots now excuse me, is operating. So this is just off of Highbury, south of Hamilton Road, before Highbury was expanded into the massive thoroughfare that it is now. And so I'll back up and just tell you the origin story of Urban Roots, and then I'll bring you forward to where we are today and the things that we've learned along the way. I'm one of the co-founders. There was 4 of us originally, and now there's many, many more volunteers, board members, and employees part of the organization. And there was no shortage of, we'll say, motivations to start something like this. And so by now, we're well familiar with challenges we're facing with the climate. In particular, ecosystem decline is very evident. And so for us in an urban setting, we were able to notice that there was an awful lot of space that was just underutilized, is the generous way to say it. And perhaps some of that space could be used for something like growing food. We're also, at this point, familiar that economic inequality is getting worse, not better. Wages have stagnated for a long time, and this has made food, for one example, more and more inaccessible. Perhaps what crystallizes that well would be the fact that we, as most Canadian society, North American societies, have institutionalized the need for a food bank, which was meant to be a temporary intercession in a bad economic situation, and we now are fully dependent on these kinds of structures. So the need there was clear. Some neighborhoods, increasingly in the core areas of cities, have a hard time having fresh produce nearby. Most suburb areas are where the new grocery stores would be built, and that's less likely to be in, like I said, core neighborhoods. And then more recently, we've also noticed community isolation. And this is long before the pandemic, but that just highlighted, how quickly we can be pulled apart, and there's less reason to bring people together. So urban agriculture could have been a way to give people a reason to spend time together and build more community. And the last one, or issue I wanted to highlight, was a clear knowledge deficit. And I mean, Growing Chefs, you've heard from today, and they're playing a key role in helping change this, a massive issue. From a production side, maybe not everyone is aware, but the average age of a Canadian farmer today is now 60 years old. That's the average. And of all Canadian farmers, less than 8% are under the age of 35. And so, we have a in my opinion, a fairly significant crisis there of needing desperately more young people learning about their food, about nutrition, but also about production. And so with a Facebook post and a plea for seeds in 2017, we started this little plot here. And to our great encouragement, a dozen volunteers showed up, and we were able to grow something. We didn't know at that point, all the intricacies and planning required to expand this into a more full-fledged urban farm, but this was the beginning. And it was truly humbling and validating to see right away that there were people in the community that wanted something like this to exist. And so fast forward, a year or so later, this is an aerial shot of that same property, separated into what we call field blocks. You can see that by the kind of checkered pathways. So there's 6 field blocks there. The first year that I showed you on the previous slide was just one of those field blocks. And so at this point, in the second year, we were still primarily volunteer run. So tons of community folks coming out, board members, volunteers. But we were pushing towards expanding so that we could hire paid labor. Okay? And more recently, this is last year, there's been more changes since, but as you can see, we're now over 12 field blocks of production on the 2-acre property. We also have season extension investments like Caterpillar tunnels and hoop houses. We're up to 5 of those now, with more on the way, which has been very exciting. So that's a high-level kind of summary of how it's gone, and I will share a little bit more about the details of our model. So from the very beginning, I mentioned some of the motivations. Some of our founders had actually traveled to Detroit and met with other urban agriculture initiatives that were operating there, doing amazing work. And what they kept hearing was the big fear of losing funding. And it's also something that Andrew was speaking to in his presentation. Most of these ag initiatives in Detroit were funded 100% through municipal dollars, which is great when they're there, but we all know that they don't necessarily stay and they could change on a dime. So what we took from that was we should probably try to diversify our streams of funding as much as possible. And so our model of thirds breaks down as no less than 1/3 of what we grow, and it's typically been substantially more than this, is donated to our community partners. And I've listed a few of them there, and I'll talk a bit more about the resource center partnerships we have, which have been really incredible. And so they get the produce from us for free. We have another 1/3 of our production that is what we call affordable food, and this is at our pop-up market. We have twice a week at our location, and now that's expanded to a number of resource centers around the city. And these are typically either pay what you can markets or a low price, say half of what you would pay at a No Frills. And then we have the final 1/3, and that is our revenue generating wholesale price sales to typically restaurants in the city that support what we're doing and would buy from us the same way they'd buy from any other small scale organic vegetable farm. In the last couple of years in particular, we have been able to scale up, as I mentioned, and we're well past 42,000 pounds of food just in the last 3 years produced on that one location that I showed you. And just to put that into context, this year alone it's been 20,000. That first year that I showed you on the second slide was 500 pounds. So the growth has been overwhelming in the production side of things, and that's super exciting, of course. I will say, as someone who grew up in the farm country just outside of the city, I'm also well aware that this is a drop in the bucket when it comes to overall food production. I would never suggest that urban agriculture production on its own is going to make a significant impact in terms of output or total production. However, it's still very important for a number of reasons, including, as I mentioned at the beginning, including engaging with younger folks who are living in an urban setting. And 42,000 pounds of food is still a significant amount of food. We partner with organizations like Growing Chefs to have groups come out to the farm from very young all the way through to university. We love to see that and are excited to have more of that happening. And as I mentioned, we've now been able to successfully hire 2 full-time year-round staff, and then we have anywhere between 10 to 15 seasonal staff that come on during our peak growing season. I'll speak a little bit more in the next slides to some of our partnerships. So we are limited to a 2-acre property where we operate now, but that doesn't mean that there isn't other space in the city that could be used for growing food in this way. And last thing I'll note here is it's been, I think overall, despite the frustrations, a very positive experience to witness the changes in this city alongside folks like the Middlesex London Food Policy Council. And as some of us in this room know, there is now an urban agriculture strategy and policy on the books that did not exist when we started. And it's still a slow process of advocating and pushing for change, but it is heading in the right direction, at least in my opinion. This is a photo of our second site, and this is a partnership that we developed with Siloam United Church. They actually just reached out to us and said, we recognize we own land and we're not really using it. And so we want to grow food there. And that was the beginning of this partnership that's now we just finished our second year. And within the first year, we were able to convert that into a productive garden space with the church hiring seasonal student paid employees to do the work. We managed that with our expertise and knowledge. We provided all the seedlings because we grow our own seedlings for our location, and had the knowledge to know what's needed to set this up. I said it's smaller, but this plot of land, this is over by Fanshawe Park Road in Highbury, kind of near a Toyota dealership, if you're familiar with that area, is producing about 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of food per season. So again, it's not 20,000, but it's still another 2,000 pounds of food, and that's going directly from there into their food pantry and the Glencairn Resource Center distribution. In addition, this most recent year, Parkwood Hospital reached out to us with a similar request. They wanted to have fresh vegetables available for their long-term care program. And this was a different location, different setup. It's actually very poorly remediated subsoil, so we had to build up on top of that. And with our group of seasonal paid labor, we were able to convert this into yet another productive garden just on Wellington. And hopefully next year are able to start a little bit earlier. This year was a pilot starting late, but we've already received very positive feedback from residents who were already receiving some of the harvest from this garden. So I wanted to highlight these partnerships because I think from one of the things we've learned over the years at Urban Roots is, yes, it takes a community, yes, it takes tons of people to be bought into these ideas, but partnership across different institutions and organizations is super critical. We, for too long, have had a kind of general siloing of nonprofit and charity sectors, but we don't have to be like that. We can partner, and so these last two examples, I think, lend good evidence to that. There are plenty of other institutions around this city who also have land, and if they're willing to back the resources, particularly things like paid labor, then this can be something that's rapidly expanded and a lot more food grown. And the other benefit of these kinds of partnerships are that the duplication of investment is avoided. So Urban Roots, at our home site, we now have a number of tools that we need for our 2-acre property, but a plot like I showed you at Siloam does not need those same tools. They do not need to apply for a grant or seek out fundraising dollars for a large capital investment that someone like us already has, and we can share that. And we can use that for the 2 to 3 weeks of the year that it's needed, and avoid the duplication of resources. And the other partnership that I wanted to highlight that we're really excited about has been the community markets with resource centers, which links nicely with that partnership comment that I just made. Last year, 2 years ago, sorry, we piloted this initiative with Crouch Resource Center on Hamilton Road. We've been partnered with them from the beginning. They are one of our main distribution fronts, and they know the individuals personally that they're distributing the food to. Urban Roots does not. We grow the food, we bring it to them, and then they are able to make that next connection in a way that is accessible, that doesn't require busing around the city to get to, say, a food bank or just a faraway pantry. And it also was expanded this year, so four resource centers joined together and applied to a shared grant for one program, which was fresh vegetable markets every week for 12 weeks through the summer. We provided all the vegetables to all those resource centers, and they had a pay-what-you-can market. And what we've loved to see with these markets is that it's becoming a community celebration, and I think that's so critical to breaking down the barriers and avoiding the shame and stigma that's associated with needing to prove that you're poor, proof of income. That kind of barrier can be removed, and instead, in fact, one of the resource centers actually had live music every time. And so you can just go, enjoy the live music. Maybe you take vegetables, maybe you don't. It doesn't matter. You're there with your neighbors, you're meeting your neighbors. And this is a way of bringing community together that I think is a really exciting model, and we hope to expand this in the coming years. A couple other programs I'll highlight. We do have a community drop-off for compost. So if you're ever in our neighborhood and you'd like to dispose of some of your green waste, we'll happily take it and use that on our site. We started that a couple of years ago, and there's also awesome composting happening downstairs here. I love the Wormery, and so it's really exciting to see more of that happen in a city that clearly still does not have a green bin program. And if you are interested, we love to have people involved in whatever way you'd like to be. So of course, if you want to get your hands dirty and be on the farm, we arrange for that on a weekly basis, but we also can host groups, whether it's corporate or school groups, and have done so for some time. Or even if you want to work on not get your hands dirty, we have that kind of work too, and are happy to bring you on board however you'd see yourself being involved. So I'll wrap up here and say, one of the things that Urban Roots was motivated by, if I could summarize kind of my initial slide, was that there's a need for providing, in whatever way possible, more dignity for how people access food and good food. So, for example, the distribution tiers that I was describing, it's not that the five-star restaurant downtown gets their produce first, and then whatever's left over goes to a resource center. It's the exact same produce, and in fact, the priority is inversed. And that hopefully starts to allow for people who acquire the food that they want, that they decide that they need for their family, rather than a predetermined selection and all the other stigmas attached to some of our current models. Yeah. I thought I had another thought there, but it seems to have escaped me. The other thing I wanted to say too was that this Urban Roots as an initiative, this isn't some heroic entrepreneurial single person venture. This is dozens and dozens and dozens of community members who have said that they want this to happen and have shown up continuously for the last 6 years to make it happen. This land that you're looking at was land that a private owner let us use temporarily. And as we grew, we became nervous that we may not be able to, plant our garlic in October and still be there in the spring. And so we we had a crazy ask and said to the community, what if this was owned by an organization like us? And London showed up, and $50,000 of a down payment was raised, and that is now our land, and this can be something, yeah, that we didn't want it to be a flash in the pan. We want this to be something for the long term that can be built on, and it's been so encouraging as this hallway is filled with other initiatives that have, in many cases been popping up in the last few years, and that's exciting. So we're really excited for more of that and to be a part of it. So I will wrap it up there and say thank you.
Okay, thank you, Richie, for that presentation. Always so interesting to learn more about Urban Roots and what you're doing. I think your passion really shows, and I think a lot of us, sometimes when we think about growing food and agriculture, we think about what we heard about earlier this morning, right? Like these larger scale farms, and it's so amazing to see that it's coming to the City of London too, and yeah, I love the work that you're doing at Urban Roots, and thanks for being here today. This is just a token of our appreciation. Yeah, thank you. All right, so far today we have focused on, we started our morning, our focus was on grow. So we learned how food is grown and processed in Middlesex, London. Then we shifted to our eat portion of the day. We learned from growing chefs about how they're feeding our community, and we ate an amazing lunch prepared by them. And just now, learning from Richie about how food is grown in the city to feed us here. So we're going to shift our focus now to the last section of our day, and we're going to start our Understand panel. So this panel is titled Understand, Exploring the Food System, the Past, Present, and the Future. So in this panel, we hope to dig a little bit deeper into our food system and discuss some of those secrets, like the topics that we all want to learn a little bit more about. So we're very lucky to have 4 professionals here with us today to learn from. So for this panel, there will be 3 panelists and 1 moderator on stage. There will be approximately 50 minutes of discussion and followed by a Q&A period at the end. So again, you can hold your questions until this time. And yeah, I'm now honored to introduce our moderator for today's panel. So Mercedes' passion for agriculture and food education developed during her time as a pre-service teacher candidate. She's here at the front of the room. At that time, she had the opportunity to learn about food and farming and develop curriculum that helped Ontario youth learn about a variety of topics related to agriculture. Now, as a fully certified teacher and being the program and resource manager at Eggscape, she is passionate about working with industry, partners, and other teachers to communicate and educate about the opportunities, work, and innovations being done in the agriculture, food, and food processing sectors. Mercedes believes that there is a wealth of opportunity out there, and it is exciting to help students and adults learn about it and see their smiling faces as they learn something new. So I'd now like to invite all of our panelists up on stage, and I'll leave those introductions to Mercedes. Thank you.
That one for me? Okay, cool. Sweet. So this is going to be an unusual experience for me because I usually wander with my mic, so I'm going to have to find a way to stay stationary for a little bit, and that's hard for me. So I'd like to thank everyone today for joining us, and I'm very excited to introduce our panel. A couple faces I do know, I'm actually meeting in person, but I met virtually during COVID, and as well as I'm meeting Amanda for the first time, and I'm excited to do that. So I'll actually get started with introducing Amanda, and I will ask Amanda to correct my pronunciation of her spirit name, but I will try. I will do my best, I promise that. So Amanda Lillian Kennedy, whose gifted spirit name is Gua Sanehawi. Did I pronounce that? Okay, thank you for correcting me. I'm afraid my tongue doesn't move in the way I would like it to. And so Amanda is a Haudenosaunee woman from Oneida First Nation of the Thames and Bear Clan. Amanda is the granddaughter of Indian residential school survivors and a colonized, marginalized, traumatized Indigenous child and youth of yesterday who grew up in the city of London and Toronto, Ontario. At the age of 9, she became an advocate and program community developer for an Indigenous marginalized community, Manor Park. Today, Amanda is an Indigenous woman innovator, community leader, activist, advocate, director, and mentor for Indigenous youth. Holding many positions and responsibilities through her 3 social enterprises, Amanda is a knowledge keeper and award-winning innovative consultant, facilitator, trainer, and educator championing in leadership, mental health, entrepreneurship, and anti-racist education. So that is our first panel, so I would like everyone to give a round of applause for our first panelist. Moving to our second panelist, Dr. Peggy O'Neill, who, again, I'm meeting for the first time in person, but we've met virtually before. Dr. Peggy O'Neill is a home economist and lecturer at Breccia University College, London, Ontario, in food leadership and social change, and is the executive producer, creative director, and host of Global News Radio London 98 CFPL weekly show, Food for the Future. In February 2020, she attended the United Nations headquarters in New York for the 58th Commission for Social Development, and her work has been featured by the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization for North America. A farm girl from Middlesex County, Peggy knows well that what happens today will set the direction for tomorrow. She has spent her life in agriculture and food as manager of patient food services in high-risk teaching and research hospitals, professional home economist, award-winning educator, and board member and coordinator educator of the International Journal for Home Economics. Peggy's life's purpose is to collaborate with agri-food innovators to ensure a flourishing food system for all at home and beyond. May I ask everyone to give a round of applause for our second panelist. And then moving next to Tom, who did me a solid a while back and led a virtual field trip for Agscape and Farm and Food Care Ontario for Ontario youth. I'm excited to introduce him. He's an accomplished business and operations manager with broad experience and track record of delivering sustainable results in high complex environments. He has been recognized as a strategic, influential problem solver that uses strong operational and technical skills to effectively manage stakeholder expectations, improve processes, and deliver results on time and within budget for both small and large companies worldwide. His passion for growing food and food system has taken him down a decade-long path of growing and harvesting food, as well as vertically integrating within our food systems. Can I ask everyone to give a round of applause for Tom Heeman? So I skipped over a couple slides, but I'm coming back to it because first we're going to kind of talk about the food system. So just slipping on back to this image. So the food system is not possible without everybody in this room. Everybody plays a role to ensuring a food system is healthy, balanced, and is able to work in an efficient manner so that everybody is able to get access to food. There's many different roles within a food system, including the role of a consumer, but also the farmer, someone who advocates for it, someone who works in financials, marketing, and much more. What I really love to talk about when it comes to looking at the food system is there's so many different steps to get it from earth to table. It's a very complex system, and it really is dependent on so many different factors, whether it's environmental, economic, or social. But when we lay it down in a picture like this, you think, oh, it doesn't look too bad. It doesn't feel that complicated when you have a couple pictures and some arrows. But really, it is something that is awe-inspiring on how many people come together to make it work. So kind of to discuss the food system, we really need to kind of step back in time and understand how we even got there. How did this happen to begin with? Where did it start? Where did it end? Where is it going to go in terms of the future? So in terms of this panel today, I'm going to start by directing a few questions to each panelist. Then there will be questions directed to all panelists, open for them for discussion. Ooh. Sorry, give me a second. Whew. So the first question is directed to Amanda. And this is in terms of talking about the food system and understanding how vast it is. So to truly understand it, we need to go back again a little bit in time. So Amanda, could you explain what the food system was like for your ancestors before colonization? And how did it grow? How did we get here?
Yeah, so Sagole Gawasana Hawi ne Yangats, Moniadaga, Okwali, Yonkong. When back in the 1400s, before the settlers came over, the indigenous people were on these lands and taking care of these lands. The systems that we had were based on Mother Earth and all of creation, based on the seasons. Our ceremonies, everything we did was based on the seasons and how that system worked, those cycles. And so we did good of taking care of these lands. These lands were thriving. We knew how to grow our food. I know from my research and learning from my ancestors and learning from my parents and grandparents that they grew food 7 years ahead. They always thought ahead. They never thought about themselves and just thought, how are we going to feed ourselves this winter? They thought, how are we going to feed ourselves this winter, but how are we going to feed the children for 7 years to come? And the new children that are coming are always thinking about this generations ahead. And so when they did their food supply, they knew how to grow the food. They knew what food to grow. They knew what food was working properly on the land. They knew what food wasn't going to take too much from the land. And the one thing that they also knew was how to migrate on this land. So they knew that you could only grow food on a certain piece of land for only so long. And that land was only going to be able to thrive. But after a certain point, you're going to be taking from that land. And eventually, that land was not going to be able to grow. And I think, so before that, my people knew that and were aware of Mother Earth and really cared about the land, cared about the animals, cared about the trees, cared about the plant, and most of all, cared about the food. Because it was all of that that helped us survive as people. And so we were growing our food, and when the settlers came over, they had a different mindset. You know, they didn't understand spirituality. They didn't understand how to humbly respect Mother Earth and how to work with the land. And the farmers that came over, they had a different mindset. They were just take from the land, but don't give back to the land. We just take from it. We don't care whether or not we sit in one spot and take from that land and kill it, as long as we're feeding ourselves. But as Indigenous people, we don't think that way. We think holistically. So we think if we're eating, then the plants need to be eating too. The animals need to be eating. The water needs to be safe. The land, everything has to thrive together. Everything has to be taken care of. So not only do we have ceremonies that took care of all of this stuff, we as people took care of the land. The children and the women were the ones that were out on the fields taking care and growing the food, corn, squash, beans, growing that food. The men were out hunting. And there was one thing with Indigenous people, we shared resources. There was people in one First Nation that maybe had more access to fish. And there was another First Nation that maybe had more access to deer. And they respected those animals. They respected anything that we took from Mother Nature. We laid our tobacco, we put our ceremonies, and we give thanks for all of that. And that was the way we did things. But when the settlers came over again, they had a different mindset. They had a different way of going about things. They didn't think 7 generations ahead. They didn't think of as a community. They thought individual. And so they came over, and then what they did to the Indigenous people is they burned down our food supply. They didn't understand why we were growing that. The farmers and a lot of the settlers couldn't survive when they came to these lands. It was the Indigenous people that taught them how to survive. Those farmers took a lot of practices from the Indigenous people, as well as shared some practices with Indigenous people as well too. But they took a lot. And not only did they take our children and they take our women and they killed our men, but they burned down all our food supply. And that has, to this day, has a major effect on the Indigenous people still to this day. And so when we talk about that, and it's great to see all these people thriving, but it's heartbreaking for me and my partner who's also Indigenous to sit in this room and say, this is so uncomfortable. Because as Indigenous people, we're still struggling. We're still struggling to be able to grow food, but yet they take our practices and use them to benefit themselves and then turn around and put the people in residential schools and Indian day schools trying to assimilate the Indigenous person. Take the Indian out of them, but it's those practices from the Indians that help them survive. And so then they end up they took out the tribes, they burned them down, they killed the people, they raped the women, and most of all, they took all the food supply because they wanted power. They didn't want the indigenous people to be able to thrive on their own. And they didn't understand their concepts. They didn't understand their ways of doing things, even though now a lot of non-indigenous people are taking those practices, using those practices, and wondering why we're not using them, because they were taken away from us from the colonized system. I know in generations, like my parents talk about having grandparents talking about having gardens, but we lost that in generations now. My parents didn't have many gardens, I didn't have a garden, and that's why I'm trying to bring it back to the community. And it's growing food, and it's having this farm, and it's sad that the indigenous people don't have water to drink on Oneida. They don't have food to eat. I've been running a program for 3 years trying to get food into the community, getting community gardens, and sadly, I don't get a bunch of volunteers that show up. If anything, I get a bunch of barriers that get in my way. I get a lot of complications. I got to fight a lot of things to just get one little garden up and going so that we can grow a little bit of food to feed maybe 1 or 2 families. And sadly, what happened with settlers when they first came over, we're still dealing with some of that today. Maybe we're not being murdered in plain sight, but we are behind closed doors. They're still taking our women, they're still taking our children. And again, we haven't been able to bounce back with our food supply. And we had 7 years ahead of food supply. And we knew how to take care of all that food, store that food, can that food. We knew how to use all of that. And to this day, we're still trying to get back to it. And it's good to see that London's thriving and they're growing, all these organizations are growing and growing their food and growing. But it's heartbreaking to know as an Indigenous woman and an Indigenous community leader to see that my community suffers every day. Even right now, the Indigenous people can't be here because they're dealing with things. We don't have that privilege. And that is the truth as Indigenous people. So we suffer not only with have the most mental health issues, not the only highest incarceration rate, the highest suicide rate, we have the highest diabetes rate as well too. And it's all because of colonization, not because of our systems, not because of our ways of doing things, because we were thriving before the settlers came over here. Yoko.
Thank you, Amanda, for sharing that. I know it takes a lot of energy to share those experiences, to demonstrate that bravery, to talk about all these things, because we need to understand as a collective where are we at? Because in reality, the food system that we're seeing on the screen is not functioning everywhere. It's not functioning, sometimes even in London. It's not functioning how it should for Indigenous people. It's not functioning how it should for many individuals in our communities. And that's what I really want to talk about, and thank you again for pointing out, is this is a picture, but it's not a functioning picture. There are breaks within these lines that need to be addressed. And to do that, we have to work together as a community to make that happen. There's these words that keep coming up as I'm hearing everyone speak around holistic, interconnecting community. And that is the problem with the food system currently, is those words aren't being put in action how they should be. And so we need to take a step back and hear your stories, Amanda, because when we look at this, we think, oh, everything's hunky-dory, but it's not. This picture does not accurately reflect what we need to do as a community. So from this question, this is just a starting point of a journey we're going to take to understand how we as a group can work together to do better. So I turn the next question to Tom and Peggy. As settlers to this land, and acknowledging myself as a settler as well, and my role that we need to collectively play, both of you have experiences in food production. What do you believe are some examples of how we can ensure there's reconciliation through food and our food system? So, if Peggy, do you want to start? You seem like you're ready.
Yeah, I have something to say, and I'd like to add, please. I think that the most important thing is to remember the humanities. We do so much science, and clearly that's important, and there's so much social science, which is really important. But we started our day with Ray John reminding us of the spirituality, and we heard our first 4 panelists There's Phil grading apples, and we saw the eggs finally being graded by a person, and we saw corn going through, a person touched that, and we saw the hands that touch things, that we can't remember that it's a system without the people that animate it. And I think that remembering the humanities, history, creativity, philosophy, that food is a worldview and a way of life. There's a special moral status to it. So I encourage everyone to remember the humanities, and every individual is a member of the human family. We may not all be Toronto Maple Leafs fans, or we may not be in whatever group, but we are all members of the human family, and try to heal our systems remembering that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Peggy. And I'm going to take a step back, because I'm going to acknowledge maybe I could have done this in a better order. And I'll ask Amanda, do you want to share anything in terms of your thought process of how we can collectively ensure reconciliation happens through the food system? And you can say, oh, I want to take a moment to think about it, and I can go to Tom next.
I think everyone really just needs to educate themselves, because I know a lot of people take some training for Indigenous issues and Indigenous training, but that training is from out west. You know, their treaties are different, the land issues are different. You know, they, for example, they started shutting their residential schools down in the 60s and the 70s. Here, we didn't do it till 1996 is the residential school shut down, and it was 1997 and 2000 when the Indian Day schools closed down. So right there just shows how much Ontario is behind when it comes to educating and making actions and make truth and reconciliation. We always talk about truth and reconciliation, and when it comes to Indigenous people, it's insulting when you talk about it, because you don't even have a smidge of the truth. You don't even know none of that truth. You maybe read a book or heard a podcast or did a training and think, okay, I'm educated. And I see a lot of people that step forward and say, I know, I am educated. Now I am going to share this education, and I'm going to educate other people. I, as a white person, I'm going to tell people how to quit being white, and how the Indigenous people feel, or how the Black people feel. I'm going to talk about their issues, especially when it comes to food issues. And a lot of people see these thriving, and yet the thing is Yotini wasn't even mentioned. And Yotini was involved with the farming stuff last year. There's a reason that they weren't mentioned. A lot of people need to educate themselves. A lot of times we get our help from people, and we want to share our resources with you, but they don't realize that those resources are racist. When you bring those resources in, I'm the one that has to fight them. I'm the one that has to protect the youth. I'm the one that has to go and then mentor the youth because they've been hurt. They don't understand that this process is a lot difficult than us. And some organizations say, well, we want to help, but we're going to help with this, 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 and this. I say, well, okay, can you help us with this? No. Email back. We'll help with this, 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 and this. Well, this, and this doesn't work for us. Mm-hmm. This, and this doesn't help us. We need this, and this. And what's their response? We are doing a lot of great work with an Indigenous community. We are allies. And what we can offer you is this, and this. And that's not going to help us. And then you turn around and say, you guys don't want the help. You guys are being difficult. You guys are not appreciating it. But yet it's you guys. You guys are coming to us with your colonial mindset, with your colonial education, and trying to blend with us and work together with us when we have a different education, a different mindset. And then it crashes. And then a couple of things that you do understand of Indigenous people, you have their power and privilege of doing it. Oh, we did this, we did that. Look at the Indigenous community. Are you guys doing this? No, but there's a reason why. It's not that we don't want to do it. I'm 7 years in on my business. I read the 94 calls to action. Someone asked me the other day, and I said, I shouldn't work so hard. I shouldn't be doing 18 hours a day, working 20 days straight sometimes in the community. If all those actions and people were actually educating themselves and taking action and not just doing a song and dance. Oh, I know this, I know that. That's just dancing around guilt and shame. That's what that is. And when you come to us with that energy, it's exhausting. It's frustrating. We want you to come and listen to learn. We want you to come and say, we don't know how to help, but we want to help. We may have resources that may help, but we're just going to humbly come here and just see how it goes. But you always come with an agenda. You always come with your song and dance. And it doesn't help the Indigenous people. And when it comes to food security, like this is a whole new section I'm getting in because I just got into it 3 years ago. And now people are pulling me out, and I'm not even an expert in this field. I didn't even know what a seedling was a year ago. And now here I am talking about environmental issues and talking, but it's because I know the connection to the land. I know the history of the indigenous people. We had Indian agents. They put us on reserves. My mom was talking about them dumping out buckets of food. It was mush. It was crap and alcohol. Indigenous people didn't have alcohol before the settlers came here. It was the settlers that put that alcohol on my First Nations. The only thing that they could eat was crap, and we call it the five white devil medicines, flour, sugar, all those stuff that they gave to us was there in a sense was intent to kill us in the end, and it's doing its job because every one of my people died from diabetes. All my parents, everyone is diabetic. That is not our diet. That is not our way. That is the colonized way. That is their way of trying to eliminate the indigenous people, and today it's still happening. And I think everyone needs to educate themselves and be aware, because especially you're saying you're thriving as a city and you're thriving as a community, but I, as an indigenous person, the only indigenous person here, saying, no, you're not. And the reason that my other people can't be here is because they can't physically, mentally, emotionally, spiritually handle being in this space. Right now, this is taking a lot out of me, and I got to go work with my youth after this. You got to understand that when we come out of this space to come and speak this truth, it is hard, and you're taking time and energy away from the community that needs all the support that we can get, whether it's for food, whether it's mental health, whether it's land, whether it's just being able to step and get an education. You guys are very privileged, very privileged. And indigenous people don't even have drinking water. We don't even have food. So we have to understand that. And when we come in here and come together and we talk about how London is thriving and how the city is thriving, but yet we don't talk about the indigenous people. Oh yeah, we did our training, we did our land acknowledgement. We checked off our boxes. We're doing the right thing. No, you're not. You're doing it wrong. And it's doing more damage than good. Your intent may be something, but the impact is completely different. And it's an impact that brings results. It's the impact that everyone has to live with. And so when it comes to all of that, I think people just need to start educating themselves a lot more and humbling themselves. And if they do have a little bit of knowledge, know that if you do start knowing, and my allies know that there's so much more to learn, and they'll never call themselves an ally. They know better. And it's those that are calling them allies and getting a little bit of education and trying to go on and continue sharing this education is doing it wrong and doing more damage than good. You're hurting us, you're hurting me, you're hurting my people, you're hurting my youth. You're hurting us, and we continue to hurt. And you know who has to figure it out? Yotani, me, and the other leaders that are in there trying to figure it out. Well, everyone else gives themselves a pat on the back and says what a great job they're doing. But then again, the indigenous people are still suffering. Go.
Thank you, Amanda, for sharing those deep emotions. And I want to acknowledge that I'm grateful for you taking the time to educate us and understanding that we have major takeaways to take forth with us moving forward from this day in terms of action items and commitments that we need to make as people, as settlers to this land, to learn, to show humility, to act as humans and recognize our privilege and things that we need to do to move forward to, again, build a holistic food system that is functioning. And Peggy brought up that word humanitarian, which is, while it's a subject in the area of focus of research, it's a way to embody a lifestyle of being humans and needing to do more as humans to make sure we build a strong food system where everybody has the right to eat. Because we all have the right to eat. Everybody has the right to access water. Everybody has the right to access shelter. And there's people who don't have access to the main three things that they need to function, to prosper, to do more. How can we do more if not everybody has access to these things? How can we be a better local community, a better global community, if we don't have everybody who can access the essential services that every human being has the right to access? So So I'll direct the same question to Tom that I asked to Peggy. As settlers to the land, and again, both of you having experiences in the food production system, what can we do to ensure reconciliation happens? And you can speak from your experience. So I'll leave it over to you.
It's a hard act to follow. I definitely appreciate everything you said, and I don't want to say something that causes more harm, but if I can speak from my own experience, which is, I think we have to acknowledge what has been stolen, and I think that when you look at our food culture, much of it is stolen. People love strawberries, and I didn't know why for the longest time until you start to figure out where strawberries come from. And I didn't know about the strawberry moon in the spring. I knew that if we had a full moon, we might get frost and we might lose the berries. So that was my experience with the seasons and the cycles. But having learned about the strawberry moon and its importance in the festivals, it made me feel like I understood a little bit more, and just why people like strawberries. It's not necessarily because it's such a great fruit. It's something that has a long tradition in this country, right? And the modern strawberry is only 200 years old. It's a direct result of colonialization, right? They took the East Coast strawberry and they took the West Coast strawberry from South America and they got mixed in a garden in Europe, right? So that's taking some of the best that we had from thousands of years of cultivation. Same with, what's the first great vegetable outside of greenhouse vegetables? It's, snap beans and peas, and there's a green bean moon, right? Like squash, corn, all you see when you drive through the countryside is corn. And that's knowledge that's taken 10,000 years to breed, and we've only used it for 200. Right? Like corn's been grown here for 600 years in southwestern Ontario. And the backbone of our entire agricultural system and our food security is largely based off corn. So that's, I just think that that's important, because why the things that we are so proud of, we inherited them through violence. But if you can acknowledge that, then you can have a deep appreciation for what it took to create these crops. That is all our collective cultural heritage, right? But we don't know where they came from because we don't want to think about it. So, and that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Tom. And you actually brought up one of my points noted here that I wanted to make sure got mentioned, and so I'm glad you mentioned it, is I think the stat kind of sits, someone can do a fact check around for me, around over 60% of our global food crops their origins come from indigenous crops originally. So our global food system is unfortunately built on the backs of indigenous people, and it's not being acknowledged. And there's violence associated with that. There's stories that are not being spoken. And so I want to thank everybody so far on the panel for bringing up these stories, because many don't know that the majority of our crops come from indigenous peoples. Those are their origins. Those were their food systems, and they were stolen and mass produced to make what our food system is known of as of today. So I think this is a great transition point after hearing these stories and hearing how we can do more, to talk a little bit more about kind of the present time. So we have learned how our food system started, how it changed, how it still needs to change. There's so much more work that needs to be done. And so in terms of reconciliation, of working together holistically, of working together as a community, and doing more in terms of self-educating. So now we're going to continue through time and talk about more about the disruptions. And so we look at this food system, and there's a couple different areas we're going to talk about in terms of questions I'm going to open up to the panel to discuss. And we're going to focus on kind of 4 key areas around production, distribution, consumption, disposal, and talk a little bit about education and food, because that seems to be a growing word. If we were to do word cloud, it's a growing word that we're all in agreement with. That's very important, as well as acknowledging ourselves and our need to do more. But in terms of production, this question, again, opening up to the whole panel, is how do we continue to grow food in our area in terms of when there is labor shortages? And so kind of what I'm looking at is we can broaden this question out as well, because there's a little bit more to it as well than just labor shortages. It's also kind of access to funds and supports and resources that we need to even increase our production. But yeah, so let's focus it in on how do we continue to grow food in our area when we have labor shortages and not the access to resources that we need to make it possible. And if we feeling nervous, any volunteers to speak first?
Sure.
Go ahead, Tom.
I will give you the traditional answers, which is technology and immigration. They don't. That's and then also government support programs. So like greenhouses help increase efficiency, and you can produce longer. And so like the challenge with most food production is the seasonality. So that's generally why you have short-term employment, seasonal employment, and that's hard to attract people to for a part-time job or so. That's the base situation. So you look at increasing the labor supply is kind of the traditional approach, and then finding ways to make the labor more efficient through technology. I think in Ontario we have the opportunity to take a different path, which is to look at that seasonality and say, how can we diversify into creating a full portfolio of food products, right? So is there ways that we can capture the abundance in the peak of the season? You heard about Bonwell, but I think there's a lot of other ways to do that, right? Using some of our seconds, like Crinnekins was talking about, how there is a good market for home processing, doing more value add. So again, like using that food literacy to transform primary products into more valuable products. And I think by doing that and growing more things that have different seasonality, just arcing back to our previous conversation, that was a full season of crops that, using perennial crops, annual crops, and putting them in a system that works synergistically. I think we need to look at that a little bit more, because if you just need labor for 6 months of the year to truck your corn off the field and plant it, then it's going to be harder to attract talent. I think we need to look at ways we can keep producing food and keeping people occupied and busy throughout the year, and let alone getting to full time. That's at Hemans, that's always been our goal when we add on new business units, is that how can we make sure that we have good jobs available for good people. And that's why when we add something on, we're trying to fill the shoulders of the season, getting things in the winter so that we can keep people busy. So I think that's how we can address the labor shortages, by finding more ways to pay people what they're worth.
Let's bring up some good comments, because I remember earlier on today, we see a growing issue in terms of farmers aging out, in terms of not new generations coming into the industry, as well as another kind of growing a challenge is, forgot my thought for a second, is well, I'll speak from my experience, is that as someone who leads education programs in the classroom, is that we hear a lot from students anywhere from 5 to 18 years old. Is they have no idea. They have no idea that these jobs at Humans even exist. And that's like a challenge for looking at from someone who runs a business. Well, how am I supposed to attract talent if they don't even know there's a job out there at my business? Like, or the spark has even been set in their minds that they could work in the agriculture and food industry. So speaking from that, it's kind of going back to that word, a holistic circular issue that stems from the word education, that we need to educate more across the field, of starting from as early as 4 to 5 years old to never ending. Like, it should never end. You should never stop learning. So directing the question, Amanda, from your perspective, what can we do more to kind of continue to grow food in our area in terms of looking at the challenges you're facing from your experiences and your perspectives, as well as keeping in mind that yes, I lost my thought, but I'll stop there.
Well, I'm not sure, I can't speak for the city or any of that, but for my community, I ran a community healing garden last year. I got the grant for it from London Community Foundation. And one thing that I learned was the community needed healing. Yes, we need a community healing garden, but I had to take some steps back and go and heal the community. I had to run healing programs through my other social enterprise, like actual trainings on getting them to work with their mental health. And so now when I'm thinking next year, a lot of people are like, okay, we're going to start thinking about our seedlings. We got to think about what we're going to do or all that. Now what I got to think about is I got to mentor these youth over the winter. I got to do a seniors assessment and see where all my seniors are and how many medicines we can get to them and get them through the winter. So right now, we're not thinking about next year. Right now, I got to think about how I'm going to help my people survive so that we can actually have a garden next year. So I need to educate my people. I need to go and do the training, and I need to go and do the community work and help them heal, guide them on their healing journey. At the same time, through my other business, I need to educate the non-Indigenous people so that they can properly learn how to work with Indigenous communities and how to be mindful and understanding, or either just back off if they're not willing to put in the work and not willing to offer the supports that are needed. So it's a lot of advocacy, a lot of educating over the summer, or over the winter now, and fall and winter, in hopes that the community is in a better space that we can actually do the community healing garden, and it's not following on just me and my immediate family, which it did this year. And that wasn't because my community didn't want it, it's just my community wasn't in a space to accept something like that yet. So instead of just pushing forward with my agenda and thinking what's best for my business, I'm thinking what's best for my community, what's best for my people. And what's best is for me to take a few steps back and do some healing work with them. So while other people are 10 steps ahead, again, this is where we're at, is Indigenous people and Indigenous community. So I can't speak on how you can all work together and do that because I'm too focused on how I'm just going to help my people survive, how I'm going to survive, how am I going to take care of myself so that I can do this work. And that's all we're worried about. Now that winter's coming, we're worried about losing more. The COVID numbers are coming. Everyone else isn't worried about that. I get it. I work with the vulnerable community. We lost our language speakers. We lost our clan mothers last year through the winter. So right now, I'm just prepping my youth. I'm mentoring them, and I'm getting them ready so that they can go help the seniors and so that we can take care of each other, because that's all we have is each other. And I got to get our community in a space where we can take care of each other so that we can continue to survive and maybe work on our food security next year. But again, that's a privilege that we don't have to, that we can just jump into right now. It's not something that we can't do. We don't have that privilege. We got to survive first.
Thank you for sharing that, Amanda. And you brought up a good takeaway for us all to think about, is asking questions first before taking action is something that we all collectively should do as stakeholders, consumers, individuals with roles within the food system. What do we need? What questions? Ask the questions first. What do we need to do? And then taking the appropriate actions and steps forward from there. Turning towards Peggy, so how do we continue to grow food in our area when there are labor shortages?
I'd like to build on what's been said already, and then
Go
I'll
for
get
it.
to that question because it sort of relates to it.
Yep.
And I'd like to build on, I hope I'm going to get this right, but I'm trying to be respectful, is Gwashenawawe. Gwashenahawi said about seeking to understand and educating ourselves. And the United Nations every year identifies food heroes. And 2 Indigenous people from BC, Jessica Willett and her colleague, whose name's escaping me right now, were identified as world leaders for teaching Indigenous practices, not just to youth. So can we look other places? We haven't looked recently. But also not to look at the food system as one thing, that it's not just larger scale agriculture, it's Indigenous, Black, people of color perspectives, it is organic, fair trade, it's urban agriculture, it's home growers. And so that's a broad range of ingenuity and creativity and contribution. And so I don't know if it's refining or reinventing, but I think that that is part of the solution, that every single person needs to see their entrance into the solution and not just think, well, is it going to be the social institution of economics that will solve it? Because that dehumanizes it. It's systems, not people. And I think people will find the way forward. And so I think that'll help with the labor shortages too.
Yeah, no, that's great points to bring up. And it kind of makes me think of even the challenges I see in terms of when I have to work with government from a charitable perspective. I've spoken to many people in the community. It's like, oh, well, even speaking from like friends who work in aquaculture, we don't really know where we fit. Do we fit in fisheries? Do we fit in agriculture? Where are we? We have to follow these environmental rules. We have to follow these natural resources rules. Agriculture, we have to follow fishery rules. And so sometimes, well, the box doesn't always work. So you brought up the fact that, okay, maybe some things need to be torn down and rebuilt from the perspectives of the past, listening from Indigenous perspectives to make it better, because they had it, you had it right. You had it right in terms of a healthy food system. And then politics, history, slavery, biasisms, racism got all in the way and made this kind of a disaster. So we have to tear it down and start over again. And that starts with us. It starts with us. We have to be the individuals who lead that movement. So being aware of time and acknowledging that I am myself an issue when it comes to being a chatterbox. We'll open these questions up, and if you feel like only a few people want to answer them, we can continue forward with a couple more questions and kind of expedite the process, because I want to make sure that we have time for a Q&A for everyone in the crowd. So we'll move on to kind of distribution, and this is an interesting topic because we're all very much living it, is why is the price of food increasing and how do we mitigate this? So I will look towards my panel to see if there's anybody leaping who would like to answer this question, and if you feel like you want to pass, I'm completely okay with that.
I don't mind.
Yeah, go ahead, Peggy.
I think it builds on the conversation that we've already had,
Yeah.
right? The distribution issues relate to centralized, standardized, mobilize. And, we're looking at local economies, we're looking at seasonal, we're looking at, keeping things going in our communities, which is what we're doing today, whatever our community is. And I think that when you'd hear from National Zero Waste Council, again, does the distribution add value when we can grow things in communities? However, acknowledging that not all communities have access to a lot of food. And I think of the Ontario North and how they have actually worked together. The city of Thunder Bay, Dan Munshaw, I believe his name is, has been working tirelessly with the city to be able to develop local agriculture and keep the food where it was grown and improve food security that way. So as we start to see a distribution pressure, I think some of the ideologies now local from the farmer, not as highly processed, is helpful. So that might be a place to start thinking about it.
Thank you, Peggy. I saw Amanda shaking her head. Do you want to pass on that question? Okay. And then Tom, from the farming perspective?
Because we have a financial system that cares more about equipment and capital than it does about labor. Everything's based on your house. You want to have a house so that you can have a good credit score. You want to have a good credit score so you can buy more things. You want to buy more things so that you can get ahead. And why do you want to get ahead? Because everything's getting more expensive, right? Like, I don't know. That's like, from an economic standpoint, we don't value people as much. And I think that's built into our systems in a lot of ways. And, you know, like, you buy a piece of equipment with a loan from the bank, and that does the work of 20 people, right? Like, this is something that was a challenge 100 years ago, and that's why we have cities, right? A good chunk of us used to live in the country, and we'd have 2 acres where we could grow everything we wanted. And, yeah. But machines take people's jobs, and ultimately, that's what calculates our GDP, is how much we can manufacture and export and trade. It's not how much we can have in our community life that's measured and valued. And I think it goes from there, right? Like, inflation happened because they gave us a bunch of money so we could buy food from other countries and not do anything. And that's now we're paying the price for that with inflation. And yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Tom. And yeah, you bring up an interesting point around technology replacing jobs. I'd like to even add something that maybe there's also an opportunity. It's an opportunity, a challenge in technology. The job market is very much shifting. And I think that's just not being communicated to individuals who are looking for jobs as well. Like, we don't see things. Agriculture itself is not the same as it was a year ago, 2 years ago, 5 years ago, or 10 years ago. Like, through all of COVID, we've seen major developments happening. And I think we need to really sit down and have a conversation of how we want to shift for the future and make sure it's positive and make sure all voices are heard. And so kind of, I'm going to skip one question or reallocate it maybe to the Q&A if we don't have that many questions from the crowd, but I believe there will be many. So I'm going to do one last question for the panel, and it's around kind of disposal, because I like this question in terms of it represents that there's multiple stakeholders when it comes to food waste. And so even in Canada, there's about 2.2 million tons of food wasted in Canada each year. If you want to put it in weight, it's the equal of over 14,000 blue whales. So imagine that. That's how much food is wasted. And so what role does agriculture, food, and the consumer play to ensure we're able to reduce food waste? Because if we have access to those 2.2 million tons, more people have access to food. They're able to eat. There's a lot of food being wasted and not being allocated where it should be. Does anybody want to take that question? Yeah.
I think this is our last question before we have Q&A. So I'm going to end where I started, which is the humanities. And part of that is creativity. Below us right now, I don't know how many thousands of worms are having what we didn't eat for lunch today. And that's a relatively new idea from someone in this community. And I think that food loss on the production side is different than food waste, which is at the consumer side, and just really understanding the origins of it. And, I think I'm going back to what Ray John offered us, like, love your food. It's a spiritual experience, and not have that fast food throwaway, lifestyle, that we really sit down, we look at it, we enjoy it, we think about where it's been, and whether that's Urban Roots or Growing Chefs or just enjoying it here today, that it is a bigger experience than a means to an end. And so start to really love what we have a core inventory, make it, work in terms of lots of ways, love what we eat everything we buy, and not throw it away. If we do have some waste, where's the new life in it? Mm-hmm. So whether that's scraps for our own compost bins, whether that's the green bin program that's coming. I know Jay Stanford, so I better put a plug in for the City of London. The green bin program is coming. That is, each of our own individual responsibility, I guess, not something somebody somewhere else we expect are going to solve. And always, always, always remember to exercise our rights as citizens to vote for programs and promises that help save the way, because I think we can be overwhelmed and understand when we hear the statistics globally, nationally and locally. And I try to find a way, how do we move forward instead of, for me, just lie on the couch. I find what I can do, even if it's only one thing every day.
Thank you, Peggy. Does anybody else want to respond to that question before we move to Q&A?
I think it's good that people learned like about composting and stuff like that, because when I think about the waste and where that's going, there's a dump just outside of Oneida, and it's from Toronto. And I can say, everyone say, oh, well, we're not from Toronto, but where's London's dump going? And what land is it destroying? And what community in that area is going to be affected by that? And I think if we learned proper disposal of food, then I think that would help with a lot of the problems that Oneida has right now, because our cancer rate has gone up. Our people can't even open their windows during the summer and spring because of the smell. And so it just makes me think of that issue and thinking that people could educate themselves, and even London get a better system and Toronto get a better system, then they'd be more mindful of what's happening to the land where all this stuff is getting dumped. Because that's what I think about. Where's this? What is it doing to the land and the community? And I know because it's affecting my own community. Okay.
Thank you. Did you want to add anything, Tom?
Yeah, I'm a big, I think a lot of the distribution problem comes from the specialization that we have through industrialization and largely the rural urban challenge, right? Like we make it here, we consume it here, and yeah, I think on our farm, it's definitely something that is every day we're trying to find ways that we can reduce our waste, because in our cropping system, if we don't pick that fruit, it rots, and it's, you know, what's that phrase? One rotten apple spoils the whole bunch. Same thing happens with strawberries. We just never caught on to the, we never got our own idiom out of it. But so from a practical standpoint, I think, you know, growing more food in your own backyard, all the things we saw today about food literacy, like just having that direct connection. If you can compost in your backyard, you don't have to throw it in a green bin, and you can use that product, and you don't come to Hemans and buy bags of compost that you don't really need if you can make it yourself, right? So that's one thought. And like right now we have the Million Trees program because we're trying to reforest and fight climate change. You know, 200 years ago we burnt down all the trees and like you ever heard of potash? It's potassium. We call it potash because when you take logs, you burn them in a giant pot or cauldron, you're left with a bunch of ash that's potassium. So that's why we call it that. But that was one of the major exports of this region 200 years ago was our trees in the form of potassium, right? So now we have a program to fix all of that. And like at that time, and we didn't have fruit crops. We didn't have vegetable crops 100 years ago. Like there was a massive government program where they gave access to all kinds of different varieties from around the world. We had a world-class breeding program where we bred fruits and vegetables. And at that time, it was a combination of like any apple that's bred in North America, it's relying on indigenous orchards that pollinated those first seeds that came on colonial ships. That's a hybridization of genetics and culture and knowledge. And that really, the government programs that existed 100 years ago, they really benefited from that, and they disseminated it to like free. It was, you could get trees for free in the mail from the Ontario fruit growers. You know, like that was, I don't know if that was an inclusive program, but I think that when we look at why we have businesses here that are still standing, it's because of work that's been done for generations and generations, right? Like, I know we've talked, like Krinnikens and I have talked about their family's involvement in fruit growing. So the Middlesex Fruit Growers Cooperative, it's people working together, and they're some of the last apple farmers left out of that, but it used to be everybody had, 2 acres, 4 acres of apples, and they'd work together and create the pack house, and they'd export it and consume it themselves. They'd dehydrate the apples so that they would last longer. So that's my long-winded answer. In short, it's value-added food processing is how we reduce food waste, and like we're trying to produce way more jams and jellies. Our cider business came directly from looking at a period of time in the year where we had so many strawberries and the market was saturated, turning that into a cider. So we blended up 2,000 liters of strawberries and fermented it, and so that was about 3 days of extra product. Right, like that's a lot of fruit, and it only took us 3 days, and that's enough that we need for the whole year. So that's great, but that's one product, and we have a lot. Like we have a whole month where we're in surplus. So and likewise, like apple cider uses the call apples, the imperfects, and you make another product out of it. Like the Ontario fruit growers, they had a saying that they wanted to increase the consumption of fruit and fruit products, in preserves, canned, juices. Like we grow tons of grapes in Ontario. When's the last time you had Ontario grape juice, right? Like there's tons and tons of potential for better utilization of what we have here.
Thank you, Tom, for adding that. And I would just want to say thank you to the whole panelists, and want to acknowledge that I've learned a lot from each and every one of you in terms of next steps for myself personally, to how to better my what I need to do as a person, but also someone who works in the agriculture and food education sphere, to ensuring that there's just more conversations, deep understanding, and humility that's happening across the board, even from the youth end, but also from the teacher end, because I've heard many times teachers say, well, I teach biology, I don't teach agriculture. I'm like, well, if you teach biology, you teach agriculture. Let's start there. But acknowledging that we have a few minutes, unless Colleen gives me more. Yeah, okay, I'm getting a nod. But we're going to, first I know we're going to do this later, but I want to probably give a round of applause for the panel, because it's been a very heavy conversation. So I just want to acknowledge that first. So I'll ask everybody to applaud them, and then we'll move to the Q&A. So thank you. Now, we have probably 10 to 15 minutes for Q&A, so I'm going to turn it over to the crowd. I guess, is there a mic to circulate? Okay, yes, there is a mic to circulate. So if you have a question to ask, I encourage you to put your hand up, and then the mic will travel to you, and we have a question right here in front. Right in front of me. Yeah. Oh. Hello. Okay. You can stand. Stand and yell, and I'll repeat the question.
Hello?
Oh, okay, we're good.
Okay, thank you. I hate to jump in and be the first one to ask the question, but I really do want to ask it, so I'm going to do that. Thank you very much, all of you. So much to think about. And so I think we all, well, I'll just speak for myself, but I feel like we all need a bit of space to really listen to and understand what we've been hearing. So thank you for that. And one question I had comes a little bit from something you said at the very beginning, Amanda, and then Tom, you touched on it a little bit as well, and Peggy as well, and it's to do with how food for survival, right? So stories and ceremonies used to be how we passed along that knowledge of surviving, right? It was there's a practical reason behind that. And it was to do with planting, with cultivating, and understanding the cycles and all of that. And so something I've been thinking about lately is how we don't do that. We don't do a lot of stories and ceremonies outside of Indigenous cultures. That's not something that we necessarily do. I mean, I've learned some from my own history, just little stories and little songs and things like that that talk about how you grow. But we don't, as generally as a culture, have that happening anymore. So my question is kind of about how do we do that? How can we capture that? How can we make sure that we are educating ourselves and passing on knowledge through songs and ceremonies and yeah.
Tom's ready. Go for it.
My experience with, I think how I'm gonna translate to that question is, I grew up on a flower farm, so I love plants. I don't like all these frilly domesticated plants. So when it came time to exercise my botany, I wanted to learn more about wildflowers. Well, first I started with weeds, which are, you know, the anything that's not where it's supposed to be is a weed, right? And so that also was one of my trades, is understanding how herbicides work and how to grow crops efficiently using modern chemical industrial methods. But to get away from that, soon once you know all the weeds, just like 50 major weeds that you'll encounter, and how you learn them is just by looking around you. And you can find them in urban settings as well. Like you can find creeping nightshade in pretty much any corner in downtown, and that teaches you about the families of different plants, and it teaches you how they grow and like what conditions are beneficial for them. And then once it was done learning those plant names, we went on to wildflowers and trees, and it was very rewarding because I classify it as challenging my ignorance. There's a concept in, I don't know, environmental activism about nature blindness, that if we go into a space and we can't recognize the species or just what is in front of us, we can't identify like our environment. That's how they classify nature blindness. And so I think by learning about the plants and the trees, and then like it becomes addicting. Once you know all the wildflowers, then you want to know all the birds and all the shrubs. Shrubs are complicated because they all look very similar. So that, like, to say that, now when I do my farming exercises, I don't say, oh, like, obviously you follow the weather, but that's kind of intuitive, that if it's wet, you don't do certain things. But to actually know how the year is going, and if you just look at one crop, okay, you're gonna know, yeah, it was wet, so I got moldy fruit this year. But how did that affect the ecosystem? How did it affect how everything else was blooming and what the times were? And I think that's where, with climate change, we have, again, a feeling of how things are becoming more extreme, but to know that the goldenrod was a month early and how that affects all of the insects that rely on goldenrod in the fall, that's different. And I think that you all have an inherent ability to look at things in your environment and benefit from that, right? Like everybody can just be in nature and try and take something away from that just by acknowledging our own ignorance in what we don't know, and it's freeing.
Yeah, when it comes to like the ceremonies, good question when you asked about the ceremonies and stuff and how you kind of circle back to that or get back to that. First of all, it's not a traditional thing within the settlers. It's not a traditional thing to do a ceremony, to do a strawberry ceremony or full moon ceremony. That's when you get to cultural appropriation, because you guys aren't allowed to do that stuff. I'm not even allowed to do certain things. And I think that's where abuse of power and privilege comes, because then, like, even smudging, I'm not even allowed to smudge in this building, and that's a traditional practice of my medicines. And there's a lot of buildings I can't even smudge in. My mother or my grandmother wasn't even allowed to sit up here and speak her truth. So we are still fighting, not only just to get our language back, but to get our ceremonies back. And I remember just seeing the date the other day, and I think it was like the 1960-something, when we were allowed to practice something again, allowed to practice our ceremonies again. And so the Indigenous community is still trying to get back to that. And I think as settlers and non-Indigenous people, we need to respect that and acknowledge that that isn't your tradition, it is not your culture, and it's not your right to practice something like that. Smudging, I can smudge people, but I've done teachings. I've been taught by an elder. I have done the work. I've done the community work. I'm known as a knowledge keeper. I didn't just turn around one day and put that on my business card. I had to earn that position by doing the work. So a lot of times people are like, oh, how do we do a ceremony? How do we do this? But you don't realize the work that comes with it. You don't realize the tradition and all that behind it. So if there is one thing, is to acknowledge the fact that there is ceremonies that Indigenous people, and start sharing that awareness that we have no, as in white people, we have no right to be even really asking about those ceremonies. If you want to learn a ceremony and you want to get back to your culture, then find your culture, find your roots, find your ways of doing it, and do it that way. And then that way you're being culturally appropriate. But you really want to be careful, because I know people, like, they want to learn about, and there's certain things you can learn. You can learn how to smudge. You can smudge. But to do a sharing circle, you shouldn't be doing sharing circles. I've done sharing circles, and I've seen other people do it. Just because they've experienced one and thought, okay, to the education system, if we read this, then check mark, it's in our brain, we have every right to use that information. It doesn't work that way with Indigenous culture, with anyone's culture. You don't have the right to just read their culture and then take their practices and use that. That's abuse of power and privilege again. That's colonizing. And so it is a good question, and I appreciate that, because people need to understand that you just have to let the Indigenous people and give them the space, allow them in the space to do their traditional practices, and be mindful and understanding that that's not your traditional way, and your privilege doesn't give you the opportunity to take it as your way. And that's what happens a lot, and that's why cultural appropriation comes in, because you don't know our boundaries, don't know within our limits. And that's what my partner's Chippewa, Monaida. I don't take his practices, he don't take mine. He has a different way. We respect each other's different way. We might have similarities in our culture, and there's certain differences, and we respect that difference. I wouldn't turn around and say, you need to act Oneida, or he wouldn't say, no, you're doing it wrong, you need to do it this way. We respect that as his way, he does it that way. This is my way, I do it my way. If you're not Indigenous, you have a different way. And it's just learning that way and continuing doing that practice, but also acknowledging that the Indigenous people don't get to practice their traditional ways. They don't get to have their ceremonies. We just started having, but it was because of COVID, but we're just doing our ceremonies again. So it's actually a touchy subject when you come to Indigenous communities and say, oh, your ceremonies, like, how do we bring them here? Like, we are not even allowed to practice our ceremonies. So again, it's just taking something from us and then something that benefits you. Now, the settlers saying, oh wait, this actually benefits us. We're gonna use this, but not acknowledge that the Indigenous people don't even get to use their own practices. They don't even get to be Indigenous people. And so so good question. Thank you for asking that question.
I would say there's three ways that I can think of, and one is our intergenerational experiences. So whether that's our grandmothers, grandfathers, or older people in our lives, probably have family manuscripts. We used to write out recipes, and there would be measures like PEC, things we don't say anymore, but look into that. And globally, I know there's the slow food movement, and one of the things they're trying to do there is protect traditional ways of making things that are going to be lost. So there are people in this community that are looking at how do we used to press cider and what machine do we use, or how do we used to can this or that. So I think that's an interesting group to connect into globally. And another one is read. There's food in many novels, and looking at what was it used in terms of celebration, what were they eating in whatever period of, whether it's English literature or other level of literature. So I think those are three ways to kind of seek out and find some of the cultural aspects of food that we might have lost otherwise.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, everyone. And I'll just add from my perspective of there's some points being brought up about, Amanda brought these up around the education system, and there's there's great flaws within our education system. I speak specifically from kindergarten to grade 12, where we're looking at it from this very like box viewpoint of you do English class, you do math class, you do history class, and you see post-secondary school is very much like that as well. And you do disservice to youth, you do a disservice to Indigenous communities by the fact that you're teaching kids these very box perspectives, not a holistic perspective of understanding things, and you're not doing your due diligence of giving them the foundational skills that they need to know to be better human beings. So we're repeating this like colonial perspective, and it does not allow for change by doing that. You're not allowing them to connect with the earth. You're putting them in a box. I know I was in a portable for most of my elementary school years, and who puts kids in a portable? There's not even good heating and cooling systems in there. Like, you put them in this like jail, and you cram them their potential. You keep repeating this colonial cycle that does a disservice to our whole system, like all of our people, to the communities. And that's like, we need to go back to our roots of understanding like the earth, our food, the food journeys that we need to take as a collective, and understanding our histories. Like, this is just a learning of mine. I didn't know I was Ukrainian, and then my mom said, oh yeah, you're Ukrainian, but when your great-grandparents came over, they were forced to change the last name so they can get a job in Toronto. But I don't know any of my history, but now it's my responsibility to go find that. I need to go find it because none of my family members have that. So that's what my journey is to find that history. I don't know where to look, but I'm looking because that's what I have to do. There's a question over there.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for the discussion. It's been really interesting. I just wanted to ask a quick question. I know we talked about labor shortages within the farming industry, agriculture industry, but I haven't heard any discussion on migrant workers. During COVID, we heard about the treatment of migrant workers as well as their rights. I was just wondering if you have anything to add regarding promoting like rights for migrant workers, especially since they make up such a huge backbone of our agriculture system and make sure that a lot of us get our food.
Tom?
Excellent. We did talk about that in the prep for this, and we employ about 10 seasonal agriculture workers. They're from Mexico, and I think there was it was a real tragedy what happened during COVID. I sat at President's Council with other industry groups in 2017 and asked for a unified housing standard for seasonal workers, and the minister didn't really acknowledge it. And there was multiple people in that room who wanted a standard for housing. And I think it's one of the more, so our food security strategy in this country is if we can't import the food, we're going to import the laborers. How does that make sense? You know, like I think it's a really good step that there's an accelerated pathway for immigration, and the program participants now is something that I think it's difficult to navigate, because you need to have. I'll be biased, right? If I'm a farmer, I got this great employee, I want to sponsor him, and then he comes to Canada, and then he's got to pay taxes and pay for Canadian housing. His Canadian cost of living goes up. That's why the program works, is because for a part of the year they can work here, earn a good wage, and go back to their country where, because of differences in purchasing power parity, then they're able to get an income well above what would have been available to them if they have good employment in their area to begin with. So when you have immigration, that works in reverse. So I think that there has to be, employers still have to work with people once they immigrate, and that's Manuel. He's terrific. He's very skilled. We only use one guy for the strawberry side of things. It's mainly for the greenhouse where the seasonal workers work, and then we work with a lot of people from London. So we see both of it. We see what it takes to live here all year long and still work in agriculture. We're lucky being so close to the city that people can actually make the drive, but we're cognizant that when they make that trip, you say, well, he's got $20 in gas money before he even gets a paycheck, right? So you have to make sure that you're getting good quality work for them. So I guess that's the nice side of it. The bad side of it was that, like, I know Scotland Farms and a farm down in Leamington, their 2 individuals died because they didn't have they weren't listened to, and that's wrong. And I think that yeah, it's just wrong. So I can't explain it because I know it was the migrant workers' justice that actually called the ambulance for the guy in Simcoe because they weren't listened to when he didn't have access to medical attention. And again, I'll go back to the rotten apple analogy, but it's something that we can't produce food in this country without that program, and it needs to be improved. And I think that I've always said if you can work in this country, you should be able to be a citizen, and hopefully that's getting better. And I know other farmers that they're working on getting people to immigrate as well, and it's a complicated system. Just like if we talk about inflation in labor, but there's also inflation in housing, and that's a big component for it. So you're inherently taking, if you go back to our financial system, a house that is supposed to be an asset, if it's for temporary use and it's for congregate setting, what's the financial incentive to maintain that residency? Because it's like a rental house, but then you don't have the ownership incentive. So that's why I find that there can be degradation in the housing stock for seasonal workers, right? So our goal is we want them all to have their own room, and we were able to do that during COVID, and it's a competitive labor environment even for seasonal workers. So in order to maintain quality staff, you have to be offering more, and I think that that's starting to shift. But at the same time, you don't want people to have to find out they're at a bad employer and it costs them a couple months' wages in order to have a better working situation. So that's a challenge. There should be a little bit more freedom. They are allowed to transfer from farm to farm, but it's the opportunity cost, right? What does it take to discover another work environment? And I think that's somewhat similar to the traditional market for employment we have. It's just if you add language barriers to that, it can be difficult for people to get their rights. And honestly, it's a privilege that farmers have, right? That and if it's taken advantage of, it can be removed.
Thank you for that question. And a great takeaway from all of that is there's collective work for us to all do together to improve those systems, and that we can all do that together to make that happen. And I think that will be our last question, just because I'm a little bit over time. Colleen's nodding. But I strongly encourage everyone to ask questions later on in the day to any of our panelists if you have anything kind of burning that you'd like to ask. And then I'll invite either Colleen or Ellen up to kind of close the panel.
Well, I have the honor to say thank you to this panel and to Mercedes for navigating a lot of difficult questions and a difficult conversation. And I'd like specifically to thank Amanda and apologize for saying that this was, it was uncomfortable for her to be here. And I congratulate her and thank her so much for being here and opening up that conversation. And we have so much to learn. Thank you for being here. And thank you, all of you, for asking really good questions. We just have so many more questions to ask, and we have a lot to learn. And thank you for being here today. And I know Colleen has a few other things to say, but I'd like to thank the panel and let them go, and then we'll just we'll do the draw and we'll do some other wrap-up things. So thank you. So on behalf of the Middlesex London Food Policy Council, we're going to do the draw first? Oh, I can go. Okay. I'd like to thank everyone for coming today, in person and virtually. We hope you enjoyed the first ever Know Your Food, Grow, Eat, Understand food literacy event, and that you are leaving knowing a little bit more about our beautiful food system in Middlesex London and asking a few more questions. So thank you for being here today. Just to remind people, we are recruiting for more Food Policy Council members. Please see there's a form on our website if you are interested in becoming a member. We'd love to see more people involved. And also to consider nominating someone for a food champion. And don't forget to take your goodie bag on the way out as well. So those of you that are, you'll see them on the way out.
Okay, so the gift basket that we had at the back was donated by the Ontario Federation of Agriculture. So I'll just get Ellen to draw a name here, and you can see who gets to take it home. Mena?
Is still here?
Awesome. Great, Mena. So we'll make sure you go home with that today, okay? Awesome. All right, so I just want to thank everyone for coming today, all of our panelists and our speakers. I know I learned a lot, and I've so many questions that I still need to ask and need answers to, and lots of things that I can leave today knowing how I can do better. But I just want to say some thank yous. This event would not have been possible today without so many individuals involved. Aaron, Mark, the team at The Grove, the Western Fair, thank you for helping us bring this event to life today, all your communication, planning, and logistical thinking. Growing Chefs, thank you so much for the wonderful meal and for helping make today run so smoothly in your wonderful place. In your wonderful space, we really appreciate it. The City of London for funding this event so that we could have these conversations today through the London Community Recovery Network grant. The Fritter Shop for providing delicious fritters. Oneida Sweet Treats for the amazing cookies. Also our exhibitors today who had a booth in the hallway, Investing in Children, Ontario School Nutrition Program, The Patch, The Wormery, the Ontario Federation of Agriculture, Forest City Treats. And just a quick note from the Ontario School Nutrition Program, there was a book taken off of their table that they do need back. It's important in their programming, and it wasn't for taking. It is the Student Nutrition Program Nutrition Guidelines document. So if you could find one of us, if you have that with you, and we will give it back to them, please. Okay, yes. Okay, great. And just want to make sure, last but not least, So last but not least, to our organizing committee today, all of our pictures are on here. It's been so much fun working with you all and seeing this event come to fruition. It's been 8 months, 7, 8 months of this is all volunteer time going into making this event possible today. So Joanne, Jocelyn, Jaleesa, Sarah, Susan, and Ellen, it has been so much fun working with all of you. And yeah, I can't wait to see what we get up to next. Have a wonderful day, everyone, and thank you so much for coming.